Foundation in Istanbul Zaim University, and also he served for many years in Islamic Development Bank Institute, including Division Chief of Islamic Banking and Finance. He was Professor Han also twice elected president of International Association for Islamic Economics and also been visiting scholars in Stanford University and Harvard University. If I'm not mistaken, in 2022, he was awarded the Islamic Development Bank Prize in Islamic Economics and Finance. It's recognizing of his distinguished contribution to integrating Islamic economics and finance with sustainable development and also circular economy. And this morning, Prof. Han will present on the role of Islamic entrepreneurship in regenerative human development. It is my great pleasure, Prof, to invite you to deliver your keynote speech. Professor Han, the screen and also the microphone are now yours.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Thank you, University Muhammadiyah, our colleagues, and our students, and especially Dr. Dimas and the other leaders of the master's program in Islamic Economics and Finance. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you in this very interesting conference which you have been organizing for the last few years. Basically, I knew about it from the very beginning, and following up on this very important event. And this year, the emphasis is on sustainable development and entrepreneurial pathways. So I share my ideas with you. Instead of sustainable, I take your permission to use the more challenging word of regenerative, and instead of human, I added an E to the end of the human to make it more inclusive. So in that sense, I try to be very relevant to the main theme of the conference. So let me share my ideas with you. I will organize this talk in 4 segments. I will define what do I mean by regenerative human development, and then I will try to overview business models which are suitable for this concept of development. And thirdly, I will share with you the basic idea of a decision framework with regard to businesses in the regenerative development paradigm. And this is, of course, this decision framework is our company's idea. So you, as students and researchers and professors, have to evaluate it because this is a new area. And then I will share with you some examples and the concept of risk sharing in this new approach to development. So I will make my lecture organized in these 4 segments. So in the first place, let me define regenerative human development. For this, I will have to give you to remind you, rather not give you, to remind you the background of the sustainability challenge. This is a picture which contains the most critical data about the development challenge. These are two areas, the Human Development Index, which everybody knows, which is very much developed, and the data on which is available in the Human Development Report of UNDP, and the ecological footprint, which has also now become very much data-driven, and this information is also available globally. And if you put them together, you come to the conclusion that those countries where the human development has been achieved, which is the developed countries, the ecological footprint is much more exceeding the one Earth capacity of ecology, and those countries which where the human development has remained low, the ecological footprint is within the capacity of one Earth. So I will invite you, some of the students and the faculty may be interested. There is a reference here, which is the latest discussion of this particular phenomenon. The second important point with respect to this planetary boundaries, the scientists are covering these planetary boundaries for the last, from 2009. And you can see here in the picture, we are not going to deep into the details because of the time constraint. You can see the red means the planetary boundaries have been exceeded, transgressed. So it is this transgression of the planetary boundaries is increasing at a very alarming stage. And also the data for this is available on the relevant website. This is another very important source of data, which is called the country overshoot days data, which starts from 1971. 2025 is already out. You can see here that the biocapacity of Earth, the capacity of Earth to regenerate its resources and to absorb human waste is degrading at a very dangerous scale. And the consequence of that is that we are leaving the Earth to our future generations, where the temperatures would be so much that it would almost be impossible for our children, our grandchildren, to survive in the coming 70 years if we continue at the same pace. So that's the unfortunate thing. And then it comes down to the climate risks, which is my country. I am from Pakistan, and your country, Indonesia, beautiful country. We have seen these natural disasters increasing, which have their own risk for the businesses and for assets, the biodiversity loss, pollution, and as a result of it, health cost to the society is on the rise. Human resource depletion because of waste is increasing, and nowadays it is. You are talking about the current crisis situation globally. One of the major talk in there is about the natural resources, unfortunately. And then response to these environmental issues have led to the development of green technologies like the green energy and EVs and all those, which are also generating risk as well as opportunities, land degradation. All these risks have created a situation which requires a different type of entrepreneurial awareness. And then there are, of course, opportunities of this. The Paris Agreement and SDGs have changed a lot of the global opportunities, discussions, policies. They push the technology and the governmental strategies. Most of the governments are now adopting uh, sustainability and ESG taxonomies. So sustainability disclosure standards are being implemented. Consumer and investor, there are a lot of studies now showing that the consumers and investor preferences are actually changing towards more sustainable production and resource use, green disruptive technologies, which I mentioned, a lot of them in different areas. Circular economy and sustainable business model, which I'm going to share with you more. Sustainable finance and investment opportunities. All these create entrepreneurial opportunities that they change the risk, the nature of risk, and the nature of opportunities and expectations. So if we boil down all this discussion, the data which I showed to you, it leads to one basic conclusion. We know about the SDGs. Most of us know about the SDGs, which are 17 and 169 targets. And fundamentally, what happens is that some of these SDGs and targets are related to societal uplift, like poverty alleviation, like gender balance, like education, and some others are related to environment and nature. So in the final analysis, the first picture which I showed to you, that if we are uh, achieving an improvement on the society side, then the nature is being disturbed. So this is the key, actually, message, which is very much different from our present entrepreneurial ecosystem, basic driver of the ecosystem, as compared to Schumpeter's time or the other classical economists' time, where this type of society versus nature was not the main driving consideration. So now it is a society versus nature type of basic paradigmatic requirement to understand what are the challenges and what are the opportunities for the entrepreneurs. So given that, then now we can define the regenerative human development. So again, going back to, I remind you the first picture which I showed to you, I just changed it to make it look a little bit different. And now here, the same thing, ecological footprint is on the x-axis, and society and human development, which is the HDI, Human Development Index, on the vertical axis, on the y-axis. And we have only one Earth. That's the important thing. We have only one Earth. We don't have 5 Earths. The developed countries, those countries which have achieved high human development, have achieved it at a capacity of 5 Earths. And some of the countries in your region, I don't want to name them, have achieved very high development, but at the capacity of 11 or 12 Earths. Actually, we have only one Earth. Indonesia is one of the few countries, rather, I would say that it is one of the top three countries which is within the one Earth capacity, but with reasonably good human HDI, Human Development Index. So the regenerative human development is a condition of achieving high human development index within the capacity of one Earth. And you can see here the challenge for the least developed countries is to not get out of the one Earth capacity, but improve on the human development index. And for the developed countries, the challenge is huge. They have to come within the one Earth capacity, and that is the basic important thing. For example, in Europe, those countries, there are mostly European countries, they have introduced key legislations like producers expanded responsibility legislation, like border uh, uh, CO2 adjustment mechanism legislations. So since your theme is also related to the global context, now, for example, India has signed a free trade agreement with the European Union, but then because of the European legislations, the Indian industrial sector has to adjust the production of the exportables to the European Union. So this is not a small thing. This is shaking up the whole industrial complex and the whole entrepreneurial opportunities and risks. So this, I will take it to the next stage from here. That with that definition of regenerative human development, which is achieving very high human development index within the capacity of one Earth. That's the concept of regenerative human development. So what type of business models we are expecting from Islamic entrepreneurial approach? You know, the entrepreneurs have historically, the conventional entrepreneur drives efficiency. Efficiency is their only main criteria. But an Islamic entrepreneur has to also look for what I call as epistemic rationality, because of the relevance of our religious belief system and the guidance which is available in the revelation. The Islamic entrepreneur is in a better position if they actually pick up on this. I have listed here only 11, but so many of them, the value systems, they call for a different type of premises and value system for the entrepreneurs too. Like, for example, the entrepreneur has to be Sadiq and Alamin, and they have to be understanding what does it mean, the concept of Rahmatul Alamin, and Al-Adl wal-Nisad, wal-Ihsan, Khalifatullah fil Ard. All these concepts are there as attributes of the Islamic entrepreneur and the Mizan, of course. Let me pass that. So what it means is that the Islamic entrepreneur or Islamic business model has to be in a premises in which the society, nature, and economy are intertwined. The economy is not separate from the society, and the society is not separate from the nature and the environmental system. A thriving society, a thriving economy is not possible if the society is not thriving. A thriving society is not possible if the natural system is under threat. So that is the basic premises, a shift in the premises from the conventional to the Islamic. Here is the reality, actually. The capitalistic system, which now actually it has become more important because of the American policy change. So in the capitalistic system, whether it is whether we listen to Schumpeter or whether we listen to Milton Friedman or Samuelson or any other Nobel laureate, the basic idea is that economy, which is the econ here, is independent of society, which is the S, and environment, which is the E. So the economy has nothing to do with the society and with the environment. This is the concept of the capitalistic system. Then, of course, this doesn't make a lot of sense. We came to, some people came up with the idea of the ESG. It's the same, three circles, but they try to put them together to give the idea that the economy and the society and the environment have interconnections. They cannot be separate from each other. Of course, they have implications for what we call as externalities. In the linear, in the first case, you can see that the economy is not at all connected with the society and environment. So they say that, okay, no problem, there would be externalities, but over the time, the people will understand themselves and they will overcome the externalities. But this philosophy didn't work. So people came up with the idea that, no, we have to have them to be integrated, which is the ESG, which basically the criticism there is that the ESG is only maximizing profit out of some addition to the existing system. And then we have the circular economy. You can see the pictures are now becoming different. You see here, the environment E is in the center, then the R is very important, and I will show you some of the R's there. R is different type of R's. And D is the design. The design and the R has to be in such a way that we eliminate waste from the society. Basically, we are closing the loop. And in our studies, we found that most of the circular economy experiences have a lot of problems with the ESG because they ignore the ESG. So the ideal business model would be to integrate all of them together. The M there is the maqasid driven. We close the loop, and then these are four different types of business models which actually the entrepreneurs are actually involved in those business models. I will explain each one of these more. You see, in the circular economy, the R is refuse, rethink, reduce, reuse, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, repurpose, recycle, recover. And the D is the design of the products and the policies and the design of financial system, like that. So those are the business models, different type of business models with the entrepreneurs have to be aware of. They have their own opportunities and their own risks, and therefore there has to be a framework for this. So there are basically two approaches in there. One is market-driven sustainability. The motivation in there, this is the ESG, is we have to maximize the short-term profit, but we have to be a little bit more human in our approach. And the other approach is sustainability-driven markets. So the first core objective is sustainability, and actually in Malaysia, they call it value-based intermediation. Sustainability is the core, but then using that, the business has to generate its own profits. And I think you people in Indonesia are also have also introduced this sustainability disclosure arrangements, but these are very important two different approaches to the sustainability through the business mindset. So we try to develop an approach where we can diagnose a business or a policy or anything, whether it is sustainable or not sustainable. If not sustainable, how much not sustainable, and then what we can do to drive this business to a level where it can be considered a regenerative sustainability. We don't have time to go to the detail of this, but the presentation is there, and I will drive you through this example here. That the first example is that most of you are aware of the halal business, and for example, halal restaurants are Islamic finance, all is halal. But then there is this concept of type is emerging as if we take care of sustainability or regeneration in a holistic way, then we are moving away from sustainability, from halal, to become more better, more wholesome. So you can see here, this is the same picture which I showed to you before about the regenerative human development, but I put it in a way where the negative side of it is also there. Before it was only the positive side of regenerative. Here, this one is degenerative. The challenge of the capitalist system is that it has generated a lot of social externalities like inequalities, like unemployment, like exclusion. It has created those negative externalities for the society. On the other hand, it has led to the destruction of the environment and the biocapacity, which I shared with you in the beginning. So it has created disastrous social negative externalities and environmental negative externalities. Then, as we show there, the ESG is, again, it is a linear one. The ESG is a linear one. The only thing it is doing is that it is highlighting the interdependence of the economy, environment, and society. But the focus is again on maximizing the short-run profit. The circular economy will be here in this quadrant. So when you look at the ESG, for example, you can see that the society is on the positive, but the environment is on the negative because of what we know as greenwashing. A lot of greenwashing is going on. When we look at the circular economy here, you can see the nature is positive, but the society is negative. A lot of recycling at the cost of human hardship and not very good health conditions. So the ideal is the type is a condition in which we have cared for both the society as well as the environment. This signs here, y is greater than 0, x is greater than 0. This is to make it data driven, to make the approach to the diagnosis data driven. And then I share with you examples of risk sharing, especially risk sharing between the current generation and the future generations, and some examples of the business models. Number one business model example is that I am sure you people especially in Malaysia and Indonesia and in the Far East, you have a lot of concern about the halal business. So in the previous slide, I mentioned that there's a type which is the sustainable business model. If you put any of the Islamic institutions, whether they are awqaf, whether they are zakah, the management of zakah, whether they are Islamic bank, whether they are halal restaurant, they will come to be put into this picture. Some of them will be in the Q3, in the bottom here. Some of them will be in the Q2. Some of them will be in the Q4, but the ideal is Q1. So one of the great, because the theme about entrepreneurial pathway and sustainability, this picture is, I think it has a lot of relevance for your research, for your master's research or some faculty research, to analyze how a particular business, halal business, is diagnosed in the first place with respect to impact on nature and impact on society, in addition to the impact of the business sustainability itself, financial sustainability. The first thing would be to diagnose it, and then the second thing will be to develop strategies to move to the quadrant which is type, which is the Q1. So this is the first pathway, which is not new. You know, we have every day we make dua, ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار, which is the ideal here, wasatiyah, balance, which is the green. Otherwise, you know, some of us can be more preferring the akhirah and not paying attention to the world, and some others may be only paying attention to the world and not paying attention to the religious belief. So that is already there. We teach it in the class in Islamic economics in more detail. Energy. One of the good example is the clean energy, solar energy, especially. I am from Pakistan, and my country is one of the fastest transition towards solar energy. But the problem is that solar energy has a lot of life cycle issues with respect to the batteries, with respect to the solar panels, with respect to the solar inverters, and there are wind energy, solar blades. What's going to happen with these when they are discarded after use 15 years, 20 years? So the energy transition without caring for the basic life cycle of those components will be a disaster, actually. So we are postponing the disaster from now to a much more serious level after 20 years. So an entrepreneurial pathway is to understand this transition, solar energy transition. What it requires is, and also the regulators have to be aware of it. And our role as faculty and researchers is to make it known. And this type of framework makes the blind spots open. When you put it here, you will understand that this is disaster. It's going to be either Q3, which is total collapse, if not now in 20 years, or it is going to be Q2. It's not Q1. So the circular economy of these panels and other things has to be integrated from the very beginning, and the entrepreneur has to understand it. In most of the cases, you can apply that framework, the 4-quadrant framework, to identify, to diagnose the current situation of their particular business, and then you develop strategies. These strategies will be substitutions, transformations, and offsets. Substitutions is to substitute something which is not clean with something which is clean, like the fossil fuel or coal energy with the clean energy. This is a substitution. Transformation is to completely change the whole system, like replacing the conventional finance with Islamic finance, like replacing the conventional linear economy with circular economy. And offsets, one of the best examples of offsets, social offsets, are zakah, awqaf, and sadaqah. And there are, of course, a number of uh, environmental offsets like the carbon credit. I don't have any idea about whether Indonesia has introduced it or not, but Malaysia has introduced it. There will be a carbon credit. Our approach, which this quadrant approach, if it has to be useful, it has to be data driven. And if it has to be data driven, it must have rubrics which are to be measured and normalized. So without the rubrics, it cannot be, and the rubrics are very much possible. That in most cases, the data is there, and in some cases, the data can be generated to make it data driven. And in the international area, for example, I talked about the Human Development Index. There is a lot of data. One of the best data is about Human Development Index, which is available in the UNDP Human Development Report. And the other data, for example, is the ecological footprint data. And there is a very good publication, which is a UN publication coming out from Seoul, which is Global Green Growth Index. They have a lot of good data. So the data for the international comparison is very much there, and the method is very simple to calculate that one. So finally, with this perspective of regenerative human development, what will be the outlook of the risk? How much risk the business has to be actually be by itself responsible? How much risk has to be internalized? Or how much risk our generation has to shift to the future generation? Most of us know about risk management. There is credit risk, there's market risk, there is operational risk, there is liquidity risk. This we call as financial risks. And then there's new risk has been added, ESG risks, then climate risks, then natural capital risk, then inequality. All these risks are being recognized, at least in the literature, the discussion is going on. And you can see here that in some of the cases, most of the risks are being transferred to the future generations. The yellow, for example, is the transfer of these risks to future generations. But in the last one, all of these risks of the business are taken up by the businesses themselves. We don't transfer any of these risks to the future generations. That is a very important responsibility towards the future generations. So the policymakers have a lot of role to play, regulators. There are a number of points here. There has to be a system level approach instead of sector level approach. We have to see the system as a whole. There should be a systemic approach. And instead of having a binary approach, like one of the key binary discussion is halal haram. Instead of this approach, we need to have a more quadrant-based approach. Like, for example, I showed to you that the Islamic finance will fall in one of the 4 quadrants. So it's not binary. If you want to move to type from the halal, then it has to be a much more visible. The decision space must be very much visible. And we should have data-driven approach, which is the normalized balanced coordinates, which I mentioned in there, and regulate transitions, not just outcomes. For example, our own Sharia standards are the IFSB standards are just regulatory standards. They're not transition standards. We need transition standards to guide the transition from this level of business to a better level of business. From compliance to regeneration. What is the net positive contribution to the society, at the same time also to the nature? That should be the approach. And that's what actually, let me come to, sorry, I took, I think, more time, sister. How much time can I take, sister? I'm ready to finish.
You still have a time till 9:30.
Yeah, okay. So I'm already close, coming to the end of this
Yeah.
lecture, which is basically because of the drivers of sustainability challenges and the drivers of the sustainability opportunities, the world has completely changed. The world of economics, business has completely changed. And we, especially the faculty and the professors, have to change completely. The old economics which we were teaching to our students is, yes, it is very important in terms of the techniques, but the paradigm has to be very much different. Actually, most of the Islamic economists were presenting the paradigm from the very beginning, 50 years and even before that. But because the dominant system is the capitalistic system, we didn't pay enough attention to it, but we are in a better position because of the concepts of wasatiyah, al-khalifa, al-mizan, al-maqasid, and many other of these important revelational guidances. We are in a better position. But at the same time, the experience of the circular economy, which is more technical approach to the elimination of waste, and the experience of the ESG, which is more a risk management approach to the sustainability. If we add to this risk management and technical approach the revelational guidance, then we are in a better position to address the sustainability challenges. So we need a paradigm shift, which is an imperative. That paradigm shift has to be a different type of economics. The conventional economics is descriptive. We teach to the students that this is descriptive. It describes a particular situation. The Islamic economics has been prescriptive. We prescribe that this behavior is not good, this policy is good, but we need to add to this prescriptive economics a dynamic approach. It is not only the explanation of a particular situation, it is also how to take the entity, the business or institution from that particular place to a better place, to identify that better place. This is the first thing to do. And this where we try to develop the framework which we call as the dynamic prescriptive economics. And one of the important aspects of this is that rationality is not only efficiency. Rationality is also civilizational wisdom. So, for example, we are talking about AI governance. Most of the AI is based on the idea of industrial rationality, which is efficiency, but we have to add to it the civilizational rationality, which is ethics side of it, and we have to have a data-driven system approach. So that's what my conclusion is, sister. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Han. You provide us with the numbers of models, data, and also indicators for our next discussion, and also research in development economics and also environmental economics. Thank you very much. If I may conclude, the Islamic entrepreneurial vision for regenerate human development is grounded in Tawhid, viewing nature, society, and also economy as inspirable God created whole in which entrepreneurship carries moral responsibility beyond profit, isn't it? So it emphasizes amanah also, if I'm not mistaken, mizan and also maslahah, which requiring economic activity to protect and regenerate the environment, uphold social justice, and also human dignity. Maybe also serve long-term collective well-being later on. And then maybe by going beyond sustainability toward the regeneration and ihsan, this vision call entrepreneurs to restore what has been damaged, power communities, and also build ethical and resilient economic system. And measuring success not only by financial return, but also positive and lasting impact on people and in the planet. Okay, Prof, there one, sorry, now we open the Q&A session until 10 a.m. inshallah. And then for dear participants, research, academic colleague, and students, feel free to raise your hand virtually and also submit your question through the chat box if possible. Here we see there one of question from Dr. Dimas, isn't it? Okay, Prof. Can I mention it? Can I read it? Okay, Prof. Tariq, you mentioned about Wasatya concept in relation with economy, environment, social, and governance. My question is how to integrate those four sectors in a complex system so that the Al-Mizan can be attained and maintained. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, there are some other questions. Let me see what are there.
Okay,
If
okay.
you allow me,
This is
maybe
from
I can put
Istiqomah.
them together and answer.
Okay, this is from Istiqomah. What are the potential challenge regulator might face when trying to implement a regenerative equilibrium in a broken system? And also from Brother Said Abdurrahman Ali Saif. Assalamualaikum, Prof. I'm Said from Yemen. I'm studying economics at UII, sorry. Actually, I have only one question, Prof. Tariq, regarding the green technology transition. How can entrepreneurs in development countries manage this risk with such limited access to finance? Should they focus on innovating their business models or wait for better governance policies?
Thank you. Can I can I request Dr. Dimas to explain himself to the students?
Okay, Dr. Dimas, maybe later on we discuss
Okay, he's not
in
here.
another session.
Okay, yeah, right. So he knows what I think about it. The like for example, if we take up any situation, in this particular case, I pick up the situation of society and environment, nature and environment. In the conventional economics, as I mentioned there, we only pick up even not the society, we only pick up the economy. We don't pick up society and what will happen, what will be the impact of an economic activity on the society, and what will be the impact of an economic activity on the environment. Those great economists, they were so intelligent that almost all of them received the Nobel Prize in economics. But they ignored those particular sectors, like if we the famous saying by Milton Friedman that the greatest social responsibility of the manager is to maximize the profit of the business. He meant by that when you maximize profit, you create efficiency and you increase the size of the cake, and everybody will benefit from it. So that's only one side of the story. The increasing the cake, it is based on a very big assumption that the size of the cake can be increased without any limitation. works like Limits to Growth, which was first published in 1960 or something like that. They showed that there is only one thing which grows, which is very dangerous, which is cancer. There is not any other thing which can grow without any limitation. There are limitations. So here, the conventional economists, they ignored the limitation of nature and the limitations of the society, which is only emphasizing on the maximization of the uh, national income or GDP. When I was teaching in the university before conversion to Islamic economics, I used to teach undergraduate students. We must make them expert on one of the theories which was called W. Rostow's theory of growth. So the idea was that the developed countries have, like the Western countries, European and American countries have developed by increasing their GDP, which is very important. Nowadays also growth is very important. And if the developing countries can adopt that strategy of maximizing the GDP, they will also achieve that growth. So that type of mindset has led to the unsustainable or the climate crisis and the social externalities like inequalities, exclusion, unemployment. That's one approach. And we have in economics applied it in most areas. Almost all areas we have applied it, and we call it trade-off. If there is a conflict between two objectives, then we have to pick up one of the objective at the cost of the other objective, which is the result of this type of lopsided development. So the idea of the wasatiya is to have a balance between the two. The need to have a balance between nature and society is what the Vasatya is teaching us. And this simple concept, the Vasatya actually, like the dua, ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. Basically, we pray how many times, Alhamdulillah, every day. What it means is that we want to have a balance between our dunya and our akhirah. This concept of wasatya is applicable everywhere. For example, if we have to bake a cake, then days before it was supposed to be only tasty cake. But now we have become aware of health, so it has to become healthy and tasty cake. So there's the Vasatya type of understanding. We have to balance in our, and which is extremely relevant because of the fact that we as individuals, as societies, as regulators, as professors, we are agents. And we are interdependent agents. So when we are interdependent and everybody wants to maximize its own benefit, that's not going to help us a lot. Rather, in such a situation, the vasatya is a better approach. This is what I mean by the vasatya. And the entrepreneurs, I don't know whether they will accept it or not, but the world is emphasizing on this middle balanced approach globally, and we were in a better position to do it more, and we are in the right situation. We understand it, and we have the resources to show to the other people that this Vasatiya approach is extremely important. But for the Vasatiya, it is important we cannot have a binary approach. It has to be a holistic approach. So that quadrant is overcoming the binary limitations. I think we have to talk about ourselves, what the world is doing. This is their business. Our own halal businesses are driven by the Vasatiya approach, should be driven by the Vasatiya approach. They are driven by the binary approach. We have been thinking that halal is everything. Yes, halal is extremely important, but there is, I think in Indonesia, in here in Canada as well as in other places which I have seen, there are hotels which are restaurants which are halal restaurants. If we pick up 4 halal restaurants, for example, we cannot say that all of them are the same in terms of their service, in terms of their quality of work, in terms of their waste management, in terms of their cleanliness, in terms of, so some of them are better, even though all of them are halal, some of them are better than others. So if we make it binary, if we don't make it wasatiya, we cannot differentiate, we cannot improve the quality of those halal businesses, which is applicable to actually all areas. This other question, given that the global south nations are often pressured to limit their ecological footprint for targets while still struggling to improve the basic HDI, how do you pursue this equity dilemma within the SDG framework? So, and to what extent can be? This is a new question, I think. Before this, there is another. What are the potential challenges regulators might face when trying to implement a regenerative equilibrium in a broken system?
In the broken system, maybe like in our country, Prof.
First of all, I don't know, but I don't want to be uh, you see, the regulators are very smart people. They are looking for the betterment of the society, so they know these things better than us. But our role as professors or as teachers is to teach our students what are the challenges and what are the opportunities. But at the same time, I have been saying, and I, to myself, I may not be correct from their perspective, our standard setters, like the Islamic Financial Services Board, like the Accounting and Auditing Organization for Islamic Financial Institutions, if they change their standards, then the regulators will be in a better position to apply something different. If you look at this, neither the IFSB nor the IOFI have maqasid standards. Maqasid Sharia is so beautiful, the implementation of this was undertaken by the Malaysian regulators. They introduced the value-based intermediation, and at the heart of the value-based intermediation is the Maqasid al-Sharia. So some of the regulators are very, very helpful in that sense, and some of them are under the influence of the international environment, which is also relevant. So it may not be very much proactive, some of them, but in most cases, they have introduced the sustainability ESG disclosure requirements. From my understanding, there is a lot of pressure from the regulatory side also to change the business models. I mentioned to you that India has recently signed, most of you know it because it's very, very important. India is a big, big economy, and they have signed this new agreement, a free trade agreement with the EU, which is another big economy. So that's a huge, huge change, actually. It will change a lot of competition for even Indonesia, Malaysia, and OIC countries. But the fact is that in EU, in the European Union, there is a very important new legislation which is called Producers Expanded Legislation, which means that the producer of industrial equipments must be responsible for their end use, which is this. They want to implement the circular economy. They want to implement design of those industrial products so that they can be made ready for reuse in the circular economy. There's the producer responsibility legislation. And they have also introduced border carbon adjustment mechanism. They want to reduce the carbon footprint of products. So if India has to export to EU successfully, then Indian industry has to go under this type of change. So it's a huge, although it's not an Indian legislation, it is a European legislation, regulation, then it will have an impact on the Indian industry. Also for Indonesia, for Malaysia, it's a tremendous change. If you have to compete in the European market, you have to go through that. So yeah, your question is relevant, but the regulators are already there with meaningful regulations, and that changes the entrepreneurial landscape also. That's what the emphasis of my, but the regulators do not have a right approach of measurement of this process. If you look at some reports of the World Bank, they will talk about sustainability, environmental issues, and in another report, they will talk about international trade. And everybody knows that international trade leads to carbon emission and other. So when there's growth in the economy, it will be having a pressure on the environment. There's the conflict. What we are trying to say is that we should have a unified measure of the growth and the impact on the environment, which is missing. And this is what I said in the concluding section, that the regulators have to have a unified measure for the economic growth and environmental sustainability. Now we don't have a unified measure. They are measured in a separate way. What we tried to show is that this unified measure is extremely important if we have to have a meaningful improvement on the direction towards the regenerative. So let's see the other here.
Yeah, one more question, and from Sister Nita. He asked, given that global South nations are often pressured to limit their ecological footprint for global targets while still struggling to improve basic human development index, how do you perceive this equity dilemma within the SDGs framework? And to what extent can the transition from linear or open loop models to a closed loop economy based on ESG principles serve as a genuine solution rather than an additional burden for human development in emerging nations? This is look like a final exams questions. Okay, thank you so much.
Final exam question is very difficult. Just I should be careful. Well, my view about this is that we should not be reactive. As the example which I gave you is, I gave you two examples. One of the example was about related to my own country. We are the fastest solarizing country. Okay, so because solar energy is very cheap and we have a direct land connection trading link with China. So they are produced in China and then on trucks they are brought to Pakistan, solar panels and other things. So we solarize very fast, which is for the present, it is just excellent, but it is disaster for 20 years from now. It's terrible disaster because those solar panels and those batteries and those other items which will go to the waste will be a disaster burden for. So we have to look at it from that point of view, not from the point of view of some other country is telling us to do it. We have to be smart ourselves to understand that our policy is not so. So what happens to this is that what I'm saying is that solarization is very good, but it must have a circular economy for those panels and the batteries, and the life cycle has to be human. This is what is needed by these countries themselves, not that somebody from outside is telling them to do it. This is one aspect of the story. We in the global south, nobody from my understanding is in a position to pressurize us. I know for the fact that about 4 or 5 years ago, they were dumping all the waste in the Southeast Asian countries. Who were bringing them in? Importers. Our own people were bringing in. Nobody from the global north was telling us to bring this waste to your country. We were bringing them into our countries. So we have to be very much confident and independent and understanding these realities. And the EU legislation is very important for Malaysia. Malaysia has 36% of its exports, and I think also Indonesia, industrial exports. When the country has a legislation, you want to export to it, you have to change your industrial product. There's the market, and this is a responsible market. So I actually I don't think that this is an issue somebody is imposing on us from the North. The North is led by the American policymakers. They're saying, no, dig, no problem about environment. You have to produce oil and export it. So it's not like that. We have to be the quality of air in Lahore. Lahore is a beautiful Pakistani city, is the worst in the world. And the second worst quality of air is in Dhaka. So who is telling us not to improve the quality of air? This is our own problem. But at the same time, the message that we should improve our HDI, Human Development Index, staying within the one Earth capacity is our strong point, because the global South is very much within the one Earth capacity. I showed to you Indonesia, which is within one Earth capacity, and it is very close to the achieving high HDI. So it's a good example. Indonesia is a good example for this particular question. There is another question here. Actually, I have one question regarding the green technology transition. How can entrepreneurs, developing countries manage this risk with such limited access to finance? Should they focus on innovating their business models or wait for better government policies? It is difficult to understand what's the question.
Okay, so
The
we become
the
a post professors then. Because I'm also didn't get what she meant. Maybe the burden condition today in Indonesia a bit complicated. So that is why we are an economist and also the researcher confused how to solve the problem, especially in environmental economics. Lastly, let's say our current uh, disasters like flood in Sumatra and also open deforestation in Borneo Island and also in Papua led us to have a dilemma to solve the problem based on economic point of view. Let's say like maybe like what I just give an insight to you, our problem today, Prof. That is why maybe she would like to ask about the how to shift the paradigm from the open loop model to the closed loop model, loop economy, based on your suggestion just now, maybe.
Well, my suggestion is that you see the closed loop model is not a solution in itself. We have a paper in which we studied the recycling of textile. Okay, textile recycling is a huge business, and there are, globally speaking, 3 centers. One of them is in Panipat in India. Another one is in Dhaka. Another one is in Gambia in Africa. So in all the 3 cases, we found that yes, the textile is recycled the waste is eliminated, but the conditions of the workers and the conditions of the toxic of this recycling is not managed in a proper way. So the circular economy, in that sense, if it doesn't care for the social issues, the human issues, it is not a solution in that sense. So that's why, if you can picture again the quadrants, the circular economic quadrant is not the ideal quadrant. Neither the ESG quadrant is the ideal quadrant. The ideal quadrant is the one which has both the elements of the ESG and the circular economy. That's what about the climate crisis. For example, you are saying there's a lot of flooding, and you are mentioning there now there's an earthquake issue today. This is an issue of adaptation, correct or not? This is an issue of adaptation. I don't know, but I have an idea, which is an innovative idea. We have a paper about it. I didn't include in this presentation, but the idea is that we have home equity. In Indonesia also, I don't think the mortgage has penetrated a lot. People have home equity. They have bought their homes with their own money, isn't it? Most of the people, if they have houses, they have bought it with their own money. There's home equity. So in some of these countries here in Canada, if there is home equity, then they go back to the bank and they get financing on the basis of this home equity. And they use that new financing to establish another unit which they rent or which whatever, their own family or whatever. So the home equity is a good basis for generating financing. And you people, why don't you do in Muhammadiyah University research about the home equity as a basis of generating finance for affordable and adaptable housing schemes? It's an issue of research, and the regulators, I think, will be happy to do that type of research. You can use your home equity to get financing from the bank or from other financiers to upgrade your house or to generate another unit with the consideration of adaptation and solarization in it. So there are possibilities of innovation, and especially the concept of, you have the concept of cash waqf sukuk, cash waqf linked sukuk, for example. That's very innovative, and therefore this type of innovative solution based on the home equity as a basis of getting more finance could be supported by the regulators, the Bank Indonesia and other organizations potentially, and Awqaf can also play a role in it.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof, for your inspiring and thoughtful, provoking presentation today. Actually, the time will be limited until 10 o'clock, 10
Thank you.
a.m. Yeah, thank you once again, Prof, for your valuable contribution and engaging discussion today. But I apologize to bring this session to the proceed of our second keynote session.
Thank you
So
very much. Thank you.
yeah,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. You
Thank you.
can be here still here, or maybe you can leave, uh, and then we'll contact you. The committee will contact you later on.
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
jazakumullah
Assalamualaikum.
khairul jaza.
Assalamualaikum.
And then today for the our second session will be delivered for Dr. Solihin Muhammad Juhra. He is an assistant governor and also head of the macroprudential policy department at Bank Indonesia. We'll introduce him to you all. That Dr. Juhra is a senior central banker and economist with extensive experience in macroprudential policy, monetary economics, and also economics development. And he has played a strategic role in policy formulation, research, and also international cooperation in central banking. He holds a PhD in monetary economics from University of Indonesia, as well as master's degree from the University of Maryland and also University of Michigan. So his presentation will provide important reflects on policy, economic stability, and development challenge. However, due to special circumstance, Dr. Johra is unable to join us live today. His keynote address has been recorded in advance and will be presented through a video. So may kindly invite the committee to play the video presentation, please.
Honorable speakers, distinguished participants, researchers, colleagues, and valued guests, it is with great pleasure that I stand before all of you today to deliver speech at this important event to discuss an issue that lies at the heart of today's global challenges: how to promote sustainable entrepreneurial pathways amid rising global uncertainty while advancing inclusive and resilient economic development. I'd like also to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the entire team behind this event. I sincerely appreciate the dedication and hard work of the editors, contributors, and organizers who have made this event a reality. Today, I would like to share 3 points of perspective. First, currently we are navigating an era of many, brittle, anxious, nonlinear, and incomprehensible. After Fuka and later Tuna, turbulence, uncertain novelty, and ambiguity. Now we comes to Benny, geopolitical fragmentation, climate change, technological disruption, and tighter global financial conditions. These forces are reshaping markets, supply chains, and investment decisions worldwide. Yet, uncertainty also creates space of renewal. The real question is whether our economic and financial system are designed to help entrepreneurs adapt, innovate, and grow in ways that are resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. This event provides a vital platform for scholars, researchers, and practitioners to collaborate, share insight, and contribute to solutions that promote inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economic development. Second, advancing entrepreneurship requires the right support to deliver resilient, inclusive growth. Entrepreneurs are often the first to respond to the changing market signals, adapt new technologies, and develop solutions suited to local needs. However, entrepreneurial growth does not automatically lead to sustainable outcomes. Without the right incentive, financial structures, and policy support, innovation may remain short-term, uneven, or disconnected from the real economy. Entrepreneurship that focuses on long-term resilience and responsibility enables business, particularly micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs, to grow while managing risk responsibly. That is creating social value and strengthening long-term economic resilience. MSMEs are the backbone of many economies, providing employment and supporting community stability. Yet, they are also among the most exposed to global uncertainty due to the constraint in financing, technology, and market access. Financing approaches that emphasize partnership, share risk, and linkage to real economic activity can help MSMEs navigate uncertainty, invest in productivity, and build more resilient business models. Third, finance and public policy together shape entrepreneurial pathways. Financial system that prioritize productive investment, ethical consideration, and risk-sharing principles, well reflected in Islamic finance, are particularly effective in supporting sustainable entrepreneurship and limiting excessive leverage. Indonesia has broadened entrepreneurial pathways that emphasize real economic value, social inclusion, and long-term sustainability by combining conventional finance with value-based and partnership-oriented approaches, Islamic finance. This approach has strengthened financial system resilience while expanding access to finance, enabling MSMEs to thrive, supporting domestic demand, and reinforcing economic stability. At the same time, government must foster enabling ecosystem through sound regulation, digital infrastructure, human capital development, and inclusive finance to ensure that financial intermediation reaches entrepreneurs who are often underserved. It can so that they can participate fully in sustainable and resilient economic growth. Last but not least, at a global level, no country can address the challenges alone. Global uncertainty calls for collective learning, cross-border cooperation, and shared standards that support sustainable entrepreneurship. Forum such as this is essential for fostering sustainable entrepreneurship and resilient economic development worldwide. Promoting sustainable entrepreneurial pathways is ultimately about shaping the future of economic development. It is about ensuring that entrepreneurship not only growth, but also resilience, fairness, and environmental stewardship. By aligning finance with real economic activity, so we can turn global uncertainty into a catalyst for more resilience and inclusive growth. Let us work together across sectors and borders to build entrepreneurial ecosystems that are not only innovative, but also ethical, inclusive, and resilient. In doing so, we can lay the foundation for sustainable economic development that benefit both present and future generation. Finally, I'd like to say, enjoy a productive conference, and I expect an interesting and beneficial programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the committee which delivered Dr. Solihin Johro video. And then thank you for his clear, insightful, and also forward-looking presentation. And we apologize for this session. There is no Q&A. There is no question and answer session because we jump to the next session, a keynote session. This is delivered by Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan. Let me introduce him first. He is a distinguished professor of finance at University of New Orleans, USA. And he's also internationally recognized as a top-tier global scholar, ranked by Stanford University and Elsevier among the world's leading research. He's among of the 1% of scholars worldwide with more than 42,000 more and widely regarded as one of the most cited authors in Islamic finance and economics. And mashallah, he is also received numerous prestigious global awards, including the Islamic Development Bank Prize in Islamic Banking and Finance, in recognition of his outstanding lifetime contribution to the research and scholarship. Without further ado, this is a great pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Kabir Hassan to deliver his final keynote speech. Professor Kabir, the screen and microphone are now yours.
Sebentar. Profesor
Is Professor Kabir around here?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, we have to waiting first. We have to wait first. Maybe Prof. Kabir still have a preparation to have a link to our Zoom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do apologize for the shortcomings. And after this, maybe we will waiting for 5 until 10 minutes, and then we will play a video profile of you, M1.
Pernahkah kamu membayangkan mengenyam pendidikan di salah satu kampus Islam terbaik di kota pelajar? Kota dengan sejuta cerita, dengan beragam budaya di dalamnya. Selamat datang di program studi ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Di sini, kamu dapat melanjutkan jenjang akademik dengan berlandaskan karakter Islami dan wawasan global yang tentunya akan mencetak pemimpin ekonomi di masa depan yang cerah. Ilmu dan iman bersatu padu dalam program yang dirancang untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan dan kemahiran mahasiswa yang berasaskan dengan pemahaman ekonomi syariah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. With great pride and enthusiasm, I introduce Economic Study Program. This study program is designed to producing Islamic, ethical, and socially responsible graduates who are ready to contribute meaningfully to the field of economics, banking, finance, and halal industry nationally and globally. Economic study program support the students with committed lectures, diverse learning method, and strong academic support system that foster not only academic excellency and also character development. We warmly invite you all to join with us in Economic Study Program Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bagaimana jika tempatmu belajar bukan hanya untuk menuntut ilmu, tapi juga tempat untuk mencetak insan unggul dan Islam yang kompeten? Kami yakin setiap tahun Prodi Ekonomi tidak hanya mengajarkan teori ekonomi mutakhir, tetapi juga membingkainya dalam perspektif nilai-nilai Islam yang diakui di kancah Asia Tenggara.
Program studi ekonomi UMY memiliki akreditasi nasional yang unggul dan diakui dalam peringkat institusi Simago untuk kontribusinya di bidang ekonomi, ekonometri, dan keuangan. Program ini terus mengejar standar internasional melalui akreditasi FIBA dan keanggotaan AACSB. Didukung oleh dosen ahli dan pendekatan yang berpusat pada mahasiswa, program ini mempersiapkan lulusan yang tidak hanya kompeten secara akademis, tetapi juga islami dan siap menghadapi tantangan ekonomi di dunia nyata.
Dapatkah kamu membayangkan menimba ilmu dengan berbagai fasilitas terbaik? Dengan kenyamanan belajar yang kami tawarkan, kamu dapat mengembangkan keahlian dan keterampilan demi menjemput masa depan cerah yang telah kamu rancang sejak awal perjalanan akademismu. Semua didesain untuk mendukung proses belajarmu agar dapat menjadi individu yang berkualitas. Tidak hanya dinobatkan sebagai kampus Islam terbaik di Indonesia, kami telah meraih legalisasi dan pamor di skala global. Akreditasi dan reputasi yang telah diraih bukan hanya sekedar angka, tapi juga bukti nyata dari kami untuk berkomitmen memajukan pendidikan tinggi yang unggul dan islami. Bersama kami, kamu bisa membangun karir cemerlang di dunia ekonomi melalui koneksi industri dan instansi yang sudah terjalin dengan kuat. Seperti alumni yang telah bekerja di tempat bergengsi dan menjadi insan ulil albab yang mampu memadukan wawasan duniawi dan ajaran Islam. Seraya membentangkan jembatan pengetahuan lewat relasi strategis yang merambah batas-batas geografis dan budaya, kami mewadahi generasi muda mendunia lewat program pertukaran pelajar ke berbagai negara seperti Malaysia, Polandia, Turki, Taiwan, Jepang, Korea Selatan, Uzbekistan, hingga Bangladesh. Lewat pembelajaran yang intensif, tidak hanya mendapatkan keragaman pemikiran, tapi juga apresiasi yang diakui secara nasional maupun internasional. Kami juga menjadi rumah kedua yang tenteram bagi mereka yang berasal dari negara lain, menjadikan program studi ekonomi sebagai tempat belajar yang memberikan arti keindahan di tengah perbedaan.
Welcome to the International Undergraduate Program in Economics Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 2009, we've offered fully English taught program in Islamic economics and finance, opening door for student exchange, global internship, and careers that span from government, private sector, banking, entrepreneurship, and overseas. Let's join at IUP in economics and step up to the global level.
Bayangkan jika tempat belajarmu menawarkan kurikulum berstandar internasional, di mana kompetensi berbahasa Inggris dikembangkan tanpa mengikis identitas keislaman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Xondamir Zokirjanov, Xondamir Oğlu. I'm from Andijan, Uzbekistan. I came here to learn Islamic finance to UMA, University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. I'm really happy and glad to see the Indonesian people because they are really friendly, people pleased, and I really love their smile. So my feeling is when I came first, I really got shocked because everyone smiles to us and they love us. So we also Uzbek people love Indonesian. From perspective of food, it's really great. We like it, and we learned some Indonesian words. The Indonesian food are enough. So in terms of university, why I chose, because from my childhood I really longed for to be Islamic economist, and as you know, Islamic economy is extending to the world globally. So I just want to help the world to be free from money from conventional economy. So I came here to learn Islamic finance and help to the world.
Membayangkan adalah awal yang baik, namun aksi nyata adalah kuncinya. Sudah siapkah kamu? Karena kami siap untuk menjadi kompas dalam perjalanan akademismu.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path.
It's eerily desolate. This is ground zero for the illness.
It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. Upholding three principles of higher education, we are certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Muda mendunia.
So, for this session, I will hand over this session to Dr. Yuli Utami SAG, MHA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Kabir. Good morning.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. If I'm not mistaken, you are now just perform your subuh prayer.
No, it's 9:30 p.m.
Oh, see.
I finished my Isha prayer. Yeah.
Isha prayer. Okay, thank you very much. This is our third season for the keynotes seasons, uh, which we just introduced you that you are one of the distinguished professor in finance and also University of New Orleans, USA. And we have to introduce you maybe some of students you just knew about the Islamic economics. They have to know that who is the Professor Kabir Hassan. Okay. Okay, Professor Kabir Hassan is internationally recognized as a top tier global scholar. Okay, ranked by Stanford University and Elsevier among the world's leading researchers, and he is among of top 1% of scholars worldwide, with more citation more than 42,000, isn't it? And this is widely regarded as one of the most cited authors in Islamic finance and economics. So, if not surprising, Prof. Kabir received numerous prestigious global awards, including the Islamic Development Bank Prize in Islamic Banking and Finance, in recognition of his outstanding lifetime contribution to research and scholarship. So, Prof. Kabir, this is my great pleasure to invite you to deliver your final speech in the topic that you decide already. So the screen and microphone are now yours.
Thank you, Sister Yuli. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. This is clear, Prof.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I want to thank Dr. Dimas and the University of Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta, for giving this opportunity to share my thoughts about Islamic finance and climate-driven sustainable development. And Indonesia is a big player in Islamic finance market. You do have different Islamic banking, finance, and other types of regulation in practice. So for the sake of keeping in time, I am going to follow my presentation slides very closely. So there are several sections of my presentation. Let me start with introduction. climate change as a development imperative. So climate change represents a systemic risk to economic growth, social stability, and development, not merely an environmental issue. OIC countries face a unique convergence of vulnerabilities, high exposure to climate hazards, dependence on natural capital or resources, limited fiscal space, and weaker financial systems. These vulnerabilities translate into macroeconomic instability, poverty persistence, food insecurity, migration pressures, and social fragility. And climate change therefore directly threatens long-term development trajectories in OIC economies. So over the last 2 decades, higher population growth and economic expansion across OIC economies have pushed up emissions, and the OIC carbon dioxide emissions from fossil energy rose sharply during the last 21 years, explained mainly by population increase and rising GDP. As you can see in the graph on the right side of my screen, this matters because climate strategy must address development needs while bending the emissions curve, especially in fast-growing economies. Research shows that OIC economic expansion and average per capita carbon dioxide emissions were higher than the world average over a substantial period of time between 2000 and 2020. By 2021, several OIC countries exceeded the world average in per capita emissions, including Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, highlighting heterogeneity across members. And that leads to policy implication. One size fits all climate finance approach will not work. OIC countries differ by income level and emission profile. Now, sectoral composition matters because financing needs differ by sector, energy transition versus land versus forestry versus transportation, etc. Now, in highlighted countries, a large share of emission is linked to electricity and land uses and forestry, indicating to major intervention points, clean power, and nature-based solutions. So I have given the data for 5 different countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and United Arab Emirates, and it shows where the greenhouse emissions by sector. For example, if you take Indonesia, the agriculture has 9%, manufacture 9%, agriculture 10%, composition of greenhouse gas, and 9% transportation, and 54% in others. And these data helps us justify why climate finance instruments are connected with real economic sectors. Now, natural capital dependence is the transition risk that we talk about. OIC economies remain more dependent on natural resources for wealth creation than the global average. This increases exposure to transition risk as the world shifts away from carbon-intensive growth. Between 1998 and 2018, the value of natural capital in the OIC nearly doubled to almost $21.9 trillion, while its share of total wealth declined, showing economic structure is changing but is still resource-linked. For example, Saudi Arabia is 80% of its annual budget is coming from fossil oil resources. Environmental stress indicators like deforestation, water stress are worsening in OIC relative to global averages, reinforcing urgency. So what are the economic cost and financing pressure? World Bank CCDR indicate that under pessimistic scenarios, GDP losses in several OIC countries may exceed 10 to 15% by mid-century. At the same time, OIC countries must finance development transitions, urbanization, infrastructure, job creation while reducing emissions. The total climate financing needs for OIC countries are estimated to exceed $1 trillion by 2050, far beyond public fiscal capacity. And this establishes the core financing dilemma. As you can see, I have given you the gap of the low income, lower middle income, and upper middle income countries. Turkey, for example, is over 2% of GDP, and this data is coming from World Bank 2024. Now, the scale of climate investment needs in the OIC countries. So CCDR also estimate that more than $1 trillion will be needed by 2050 for climate action across OIC. Investment needs vary widely by country, income level, and sector, reflecting heterogeneity within OIC. Large shares of financing are required in energy transition, transport, urban development, and adaptation-related infrastructure. And this table demonstrates that climate finance is not marginal, it is a core development financing challenge. For example, if you look at Indonesia, 2023 to by 2060, while energy, agriculture, then urban cities, water, and then waste and industries, it is estimated to be needed $311 billion by 2040. And there are other countries' data here, and they are taken from the CCDR Net Zero Tracker from this website. While alternative finance is needed, global climate finance remains highly concentrated in advanced economies and a few large emerging markets. Now, despite Paris Agreement commitments, many OIC countries face persistent shortfalls in concessional finance, private capital mobilization, risk mitigating instruments, and this financing gap raises the question of whether alternative financial paradigms such as Islamic finance can complement conventional climate finance. If you look at the graph, 86% of the financing is coming from public sources and 14% is coming from private sources. Now, second issue that I want to discuss, ethical and jurisprudential foundations on Islamic climate finance. Islamic finance is grounded in a moral economy, emphasizing justice, adl, stewardship, khalifa, and avoidance of haram, darar. And this principle closely aligned with climate action, which seeks to protect ecosystems, livelihoods, and future generations. The principle of maslaha or public interest provides jurisprudential legitimacy for proactive responses to systemic risks like climate change, and climate finance is therefore ethically justified, not externally imposed. So if you look at nexus between Islamic finance principle and climate objectives, so Islamic finance principle, prevention of harm and avoidance of unethical activities. The traditional application of this was limitation or prohibition on financing of or investing in the tobacco and arms industries. But if you bring the climate application, we need to have limitation on financing of or investing in high greenhouse gas intensity industries. Promoting risk-sharing mechanism, Islamic financial products with profit sharing and profit and loss sharing features allows house financing, corporate financing, that is one of the traditional application. But when you bring climate adaptation, we need to introduce new Islamic blended finance products to finance climate mitigation and adaptation. Promoting fair distribution of wealth, utilization of Waqf investment funds to invest in education and health sectors, introduce green and forest Waqf to invest in climate initiative. So you see how from traditional application and climate application is amalgamated together with the Islamic finance principle. And finally, promoting social financial solidarity, like traditional application, takaful, Islamic insurance for death benefit protection, property damage protection, medical coverage, and business protection. And when you bring climate into picture, we introduce climate takaful for climate disaster protection and de-risking of climate investment. We need to bring maqasid of Sharia and integration with climate justice. Climate finance aligns with the objectives of Islamic law. Preservation of life leads to disaster resilience, food security. Preservation of wealth leads to protection from climate-induced asset losses. Preservation of lineage leads to intergenerational equity. Preservation of intellect leads to innovation and climate solutions. Under this framework, financing mitigation and adaptation is normally mandated, not optional. Islamic climate finance thus moves beyond compliance toward a purpose-driven capital allocation. Now it brings to section 3, structural compatibility between Islamic finance and climate objectives. Why Islamic finance fits climate finance structurally? Unlike conventional finance, Islamic finance is characterized by 3 structural features that align naturally with climate finance. First, asset backing and real sector linkage. Financing must be tied to tangible assets or services, making it suitable for renewable energy, sustainable infrastructure, and climate resilient agriculture. Risk sharing, profit and loss sharing discourages excessive leverage and encourages long-term project viability. And third, ethical screening, prohibition on harmful activities can be extended to climate damaging sectors. And this is what I was talking about the previous slide, the climate adaptation. Now the finance problem, underinvestment plus market frictions. So even when projects exist, capital does not automatically flow because of market failures and financial frictions like externalities, mispricing of climate risk / benefits, and risk-return mismatches lead to underinvestment. And financial system phase 2, link challenges, managing physical / transition risk, and mobilizing financing for sustainable investments. So climate finance in vulnerable OIC countries remains insufficient, raising the question of how alternative paradigms like Islamic finance can contribute. So you have both opportunities, financing sustainable investment, and you have to have risk, managing physical and transition risk. And you have to connect this with the demand side and the supply side factors for protecting our climate. Financial intermediation and instrument channels. Islamic finance differs from conventional finance by requiring a tight linkage between capital flows and real economic activity. In the climate context, this ensures that financing supports tangible mitigation and adaptation outcomes rather than speculative activity. Financial intermediation acts as a transmission channel, connecting ethical principles to real sector climate investments. Now, financial intermediation and instrument channel. Number 1, capital market instruments. Islamic capital markets mobilize long-term funding for large-scale climate infrastructure. Key instruments include green, sustainability, and sustainability-linked sukuk, blended finance sukuk with MDB credit enhancement, outcome-linked sukuk tied to environmental performance like reforestation, and this instrument are especially suitable for mitigation and adaptation projects with long horizons, and multi-development banks involvement reduces risk, increases investor confidence like World Bank, IMF, etc. Second, Islamic banking intermediation, climate-aligned Murabaha, Ijara, Musharaka, and Mudaraba, SME green financing, value-based intermediation framework, and Islamic banks will act as transmission agents, channeling climate finance into local economies and productive sectors. Third, risk transfer, social finance, and fintech channels. Climate finance requires not only capital, but also risk sharing and protection mechanisms. And key channels include takaful and re-takaful for disaster and climate risk coverage, Islamic social finance like Waqf, Zakat, Qardul Hasan for vulnerable groups, and fintech platforms that enhance scalability transparency, and inclusion. These channels complement market-based finance and are essential for adaptation and resilience. Number 4, Islamic social finance, Waqf, including forest and environmental Waqf, Zakat for climate vulnerability reduction, Qardul Hasan for adaptation and livelihood protection. And this instrument uniquely address distributional equity and vulnerability, complementing market-based finance. Number 5, digital and fintech platforms. Digital sukuk issuance is very common in South Asia, crowdfunding for climate projects, blockchain-enabled carbon markets, and MRB systems, and fintech enhance scalability, transparency, and inclusion, especially for SMEs and community-level initiatives. Section 4, the emerging landscape of Islamic climate finance. The global Islamic finance industry is valued at nearly 4 trillion, providing a potentially large capital base for sustainability. Sustainable finance issuance in the OIC countries grew strongly between 2017 and 24, broadly tracking global trends. Islamic financial issuance account for a higher share within Islamic finance than sustainable finance does within conventional markets, indicating relative alignment. However, Islamic climate finance still represents a small fraction of total Islamic assets, underscoring underutilized potential. So if you look at this figure, the sukuk is 35.06%, then you have the syndicated loan, you have the private equity. Now, sustainable sukuk growth and composition. Sustainable sukuk issuance expanded rapidly, with issuance rising from eligible levels to several billion USD annually. Malaysia and Indonesia have emerged as global leaders, supported by strong regulatory frameworks and capital markets. Despite growth, only about 1/3 of sustainable sukuk are classified as strictly green, compared to higher share in conventional bonds. This suggests Islamic instruments are often used for broader sustainability goals, leaving room to deepen explicit climate alignment. Now, the geographic concentration asymmetries. Southeast Asia, especially Malaysia and Indonesia, leads in green and sustainability sukuk issuance. Many OIC countries in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and fragile contexts remain largely excluded. These asymmetries reflect differences in institutional capacity, regulatory clarity, and market depth, and scaling climate finance requires extending beyond early frontrunners. Section 5, Instruments and Application and Practice. Sukuk and capital market instruments. As I mentioned before, green and sustainability sukuk are the flagship instruments of Islamic climate finance. They finance renewable energy, transport, water, and adaptation projects, and multi-development banks play a catalytic role through guarantees, co-financing, and benchmark issuance. So Sukuk, the flagship Islamic climate investment, so ISD Green Sukuk model is pretty much followed by every countries. So it is a sort of the ISB as a seller of a portfolio asset comprising financing assets and equity investment. The portfolio, it works as a wakil, manages the portfolio as the guarantor, as an obligor, purchase the portfolio at maturity. So this is the structure being followed, and ultimately the investors are ESG-focused institutional investor, Sharia-compliant investor, and impact investor, and with the final objectives: impact on the reduced greenhouse gas emissions, increase renewable energy capacity, enhance energy efficiency, improve access to clean water and sanitation, and sustainable resource alignment. So Sukuk structure ensure asset backing and real sector linkage, aligning financing with tangible climate projects. Sovereign and quasi-sovereign Sukuk play a catalytic role by creating benchmark and investor confidence. Then we have blended finance, sukuk, and risk mitigation. Mosharaka sukuk with blended finance model. Many climate projects face high perceived risk, limiting private sector participation. And blended finance sukuk combine Islamic and conventional capital, often with multi-developmental bank support to reduce risk. And credit enhancement and guarantees and concessional tranches help crowd in private investors. And these structures are especially relevant for emerging and frontier OIC markets. So if you can see on the graph here, you have the blended finance investors, the sukuk holders, conventional funders, private NDVs, philanthropy funds that goes to the SPV, and the issuer, the government corporation. And sukuk is issued, and the rating agencies help them Sharia supervisor check that the instruments is Sharia compliant. And you can use this thing, the blue economy, green economy. You can do this yellow economy and projects and operators. So this is a sort of a skeleton of the structure of the instrument that is being used in this sector. And banking, takaful, and social finance, Islamic banks represent largest pool of Islamic financial assets, but remain under-engaged in climate finance. Takaful provides essential risk transfer and disaster protection for adaptation, and Islamic social finance instruments uniquely address vulnerability and climate justice. So here is a drive takaful operational model that has been designed, which brings together this Islamic social finance, commercial finance together in order to attack or contain the climate risk. And here is another example of work of forest carbon trading mechanism model, voluntary on the left side and mandatory carbon exchange risk, and that is being tried and instruments are being developed in Southeast Asia. Digitalization and climate fintech. Fintech lowers transaction cost and broadens access to climate finance. Digital sukuk, crowdfunding, and blockchain-based MRV systems enhance transparency and inclusion. And regulatory sandboxes allow innovation while preserving Sharia integrity. Number 6, greening the halal economy, a systemic opportunity. Now, halal value chains like food, agriculture, cosmetics, logistics contribute significantly to global emissions. And ESG and climate integration into halal certification and financing can reduce emissions while improving competitiveness. SMEs dominate halal industries, making Islamic bank financing and green incentives especially relevant. And this connects finance with real economy decarbonization, reinforcing Islamic finance asset-based nature. Now, the halal food, agriculture, cosmetic, logistics contribute significantly to Scope 3 emissions, and integrating climate criteria into halal certification and financing can reduce emissions. General halal finance improves SME, small and medium enterprises access to capital and supply chain resilience. This transforms halal value chain into vehicles for climate mitigation. So here is an example of global greenhouse emissions in the food system on the left-hand side and the cosmetics and personal care on the right-hand side. And this is based on World Bank data. If you look at 13.6 billion tons of carbon monoxide from food, that's about 26% global greenhouse emissions, increased 33% in non-food agricultural products. 17.9 billion tons carbon dioxide coming from food, that's about 34% of global greenhouse emissions. If you look at on the right-hand side, the cosmetics and personal care, sources of raw materials, consumer use of products, manufacturing, that's the combination. So consumer use of products, indirectly, it contributes 59% in the cosmetics and personal care industries. So here, the ESG priority left and motivation for adoption. So top priority should adopt in the next 12 months, 45% people say that. On the right-hand side, motivation for adoption, the increasing pressure for domestic and export markets, laws and regulations. So These are the ESG adoption practices by the halal companies to the bottom side, energy management certificates to local and financial resources or access to finance. Number 7, constraints and enabling conditions. Structural constraints that we face of using Islamic finance in climate mitigation, fragmented regulation and weak coordination between real and financial sectors, limited climate data disclosure and taxonomies, and the shortage of bankable climate projects and capacity gaps among regulators and practitioners. So we can look at from the demand side and the supply side barriers. If you look at demand side barrier, lack of pipeline of mature climate finance opportunities, market pricing of capital market climate finance products, reduced public spending on climate finance due to global disruptions, low of awareness of investment gaps in climate resilience, climate risk, and disaster management. If you look on the supply side, of this climate finance Islamic, fragmented governance framework, low awareness of climate risk, absence of Islamic finance carbon offsetting framework, absence of common taxonomy, and low availability and capability of human resources. Section 8, strategic directions and policy implications. So 3 strategic priorities. Mainstream Islamic climate finance through sovereign benchmark and incentives, build institutional and human capacity, including data infrastructure, foster innovation and social finance integration, especially for adaptation. So if you look at some data, 64% of the people believe that established rules and regulations critical for Sharia compliant financing, such as Sharia pronouncement and product guidelines, and 60% provide relevant incentives for financing investing in decarbonization activities such as tax exemption. 46% respondents say develop information ecosystem such as taxonomies, disclosure, and reported requirements and project databases. And 45% facilitate partnership and collaboration between IFIs and other stakeholders, both public and private sector, organize capacity building and training 34%, and establish special funds to support the financing of decarbonization activities. Now, the growth opportunity strategic priorities, several research identifies areas where Islamic climate finance can scale quickly based on alignment with climate goals and ease of implementation. Capital markets, banking, and blended finance rank highly when institutional support exists, and strategic sequencing matters. Start with feasible instruments while building capacity for more complex solutions. So here in the quadrant, we show what type of instruments are relevant for aligning with climate change goals. Now, institutional regulatory ecosystem in the OIC. So development of Islamic climate finance depends heavily on regulatory quality and institutional capacity. Progress varies significantly across OIC countries, with some showing advanced sustainable finance framework and others lagging. Islamic finance standard setting bodies like AOFI, IFSB, SIBAFI play a key role in governance, prudential guidance, and harmonization, and strong institution essential for scaling climate finance beyond pilot projects. So if you look at some data from IFC preparation, formulating Kyrgyz, Maldives, Tajikistan, implementation stage developing Azerbaijan, Iraq, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Tunisia, advancing Bangladesh, Egypt, Morocco, Nigeria, and Turkey, and consolidating and maturing, I would say, Indonesia is in the right target. So sustainable finance development across the OIC, strategy and coordination, develop a green finance roadmap for the financial sector, develop a national climate finance strategy, create a national platform or task force on green finance. An example from the OIC countries, sustainable finance framework and roadmaps have been published by Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Morocco, Nigeria, Oman, Qatar, and the UAE. And Malaysian financial regulators established a joint committee on climate change as a regulated financial industry platform. Build skills and capacity, participation in green finance related international networks, support financial instruments, commitments to align with the Paris Agreement. OIC financial regulators are members of the network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system (NSBN). Capacity building programs on climate finance for Islamic financial industry conducted by AUFI, SIBAFI, ISDB, IFSB, and World Bank Group. Financial regulation and central bank activities conduct climate-related and environmental risk assessment, incorporate climate-related and environmental risk into supervisory practice, issuing supervisory guidance on climate-related and environmental financial risk, and exploring greening of central banks' activities. International Islamic finance standard setters have published several guidance, including SIBAFI Sustainability Guide for Islamic Financial Institutions, SIBAFI Greenhouse Gas Measurement Tool for Islamic Financial Institutions, ISV Guidance Note on Climate-related financial risk for institutions offering Islamic financial services, for example, banking segment, and Islamic Development Bank Sustainable Finance Framework. Malaysian financial regulators and Islamic financial institutions collaborate to publish value-based Islamic BBIF guidance and BBIF sectoral guides. Increasing transparency, develop and implement climate-related and environmental disclosure reporting standards, develop and adopt a national green taxonomy. Growing number of OIC financial regulators have adopted and will be implementing IFRS sustainable reporting standards. Malaysian financial regulators have published a climate data dial catalog. Greening financial institutions, greening a national development bank or other domestic public finance institution, create a national green finance entity of green bank. Example in the OIC and a Malaysian Development Bank has established a climate finance innovation lab. And green financial tools and instruments stimulate corporate green bond issuance, issue green sovereign bond, promote use and development of blended finance products for green finance purposes, and stimulate orientation of green loans or sustainable linked loan products. Several OIC countries such as Indonesia, Malaysia, and Pakistan have published a green or sustainable sukuk framework, and ICMA in collaboration with ISDB and LSEG published guidance of green sukuk, green, social, and sustainability sukuk. Malaysian Central Bank has established a low carbon transition facility. UNDP and ISDB have established a global Takaful Alliance for climate resilience. Now, coming to conclusion, Islamic finance as a catalyst for climate resilient development. Now, Islamic finance combines ethical foundations, real economy linkage, and growing scale. However, impact depends on policy coordination, institutional strength, and innovation. If effectively mobilized, Islamic finance can evolve from a complementary niche into core pillar of climate resilient and inclusive development. Lessons from the OIC countries offer insights from the broader global financial system. So I just want to acknowledge I based my presentation on the real current World Bank and Islamic Development project, Islamic Finance and Climate Agenda from Green Sukuk Innovation to Greener Halal Value Chains. So wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. With Allah's success and guidance, peace be upon you and the mercy of Allah and His blessings. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, Prof. Kabir, for providing us with valuable data, models, and indicators that will be greatly inform for our future discussion and research in development economics, especially in environmental economics and also Islamic finance. In my conclusion, maybe we have to have a great frame on climate change in the point of view of Islamic finance. Here, if I can conclude that it is not merely as an environmental concern risk arising from the breakdown of amanah as human being, we have also keep balance and also public good in financial decision making by fostering innovation and also social finance integration and addressing climate change, therefore require Islamic finance through instruments like green sukuk and also blended Islamic finance and also Islamic and conventional finance to move beyond compliance and also green labeling toward regenerative justice in the world. Okay. Since we have to finish before 11:30 a.m. because we have to perform Jum'ah prayer here in Indonesia. So we would like to open the discussion Q&A session, Prof. Dear participant, researcher, and academic colleague, okay, I'll feel free to raise your virtual hand, also submit your question through the chat box. And we find here, Prof, there are two questions from Yemen and also from Sierra Leone. From Brother Said from Yemen, he asked about how do fintech platform improve risk-sharing and financial inclusion compared to traditional finance, and what regulation or institutional problems reduce their impact in developing countries. And from Brother Abdullah Kamara from Sierra Leone, he asked about your presentation. He said that as a Sierra Leonean, pursuing of my master's in finance in sustainable finance at UIII in International Islamic University. Given regulatory constraint, Sharia compliance requires, and technological limitation, what is the most realistic pathway for Islamic finance-based fintech platform to mobilize capital for renewable energy in emerging markets? So it sounds same questions. I mean, same but different point of view
Countries.
about the fintech, maybe, Prof. Okay.
Okay, so this is a very excellent question. We have underutilized resources. I'm not talking about natural resources like oil and gas and OIC Muslim countries, they control 40% to 50% of different types of natural resources. I'm talking about here the finance capital or resources that we have, and our countries, and out of 57, about 20 plus countries are very poor, highly indebted. And for those countries, the fintech as a technology, as a medium, can really help to intermediate funds from small savers and the Gen Z generation who are very climate conscious. They're willing to support any investment or activity that help improves or protect the climate or improves the greenhouse gas emissions, because our goal is to reduce this below to 1.5 degree Celsius, the temperature, the percentage that is set by the world bodies. Now, example from Kenya, now they have this fintech like M-Pesa. They are using either for financial inclusion. So those type of activities can be adapted, climate adapted, so that we can collect these monies and we can bring everyone into the social fabric of helping protect the climate. Now, for this one, of course, you need the infrastructure. I'm talking about technological infrastructure as well as the regulation to promote this infrastructure. You need also human capital, as I mentioned, training, and probably it's better, if the countries cooperate with each other with the limited resources, then the small thing combined together can achieve the scalability that is required to undertake a bigger level of investment. These African countries or Asian countries, we have already Asian bloc, or we can talk about South Asia, like SARC, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation Countries. So this will be, in short, my response to your question. There are a lot of work needs to be done, and on top of this, right now, AI coming into the market, things probably will be better, and I believe the AI will ultimately reduce the cost of financial intermediation. It will also improve financial inclusion, and it will have also re-energize the Islamic social capital space, like zakat. We talk of digital zakat, we Waqf, digital Waqf, we have Qardul Hassan. Those type of instruments we can better target and utilize and move around through the economy locally as well as globally among the OIC Muslim countries as a economic bloc.
Okay. Maybe another questions. Is there any questions from the audience? Okay, we're still waiting for the questions, another questions. We still have how many minutes more? We still have maybe 11 minutes more for these sessions. So feel free to ask Prof. Kabir. Okay, this is another question, Prof, from Hairunisa. Why is climate finance described as a core development financing challenge rather than it's just a marginal environmental issue?
Sister, it is no longer marginal anymore. I mean, the climate impact you feel everywhere. I've been living in the United States for 43 years. I came here as a student. I'm originally from Bangladesh. I can see a visible change in the climate pattern throughout the United States. Because it's a big continent, big country, so you have snowing in one part of the United States, flood in another part of the United States, and forest fire in another part of the United States. And this intensity has increased over the years. Now, the climate finance, like for example, let me give you a specific. So in the past, if you go for a bank loan for an infrastructure project, the bank never really asked whether what impact is going to have on the greenhouse or carbon dioxide emission from this infrastructure project. Now, the bank, and according to different guidelines, should ask this question, and if there is a climate risk attached, they should price this risk and accordingly in their loan pricing mechanism, so that creates an automatic social protection of the climate resulting from infrastructure. So here there's a trade-off, sister. So one, we have to develop, but for the development, we also have to take some of this climate degradation risk. Now the West actually is the biggest polluter. Do you know how? Because instead of producing these commodities or manufacturing that really pollutes the climate, they shift their production to developing countries in the name of using low level, but at the same time, they are causing the climate risk for their countries, and they are bringing it back to use it. So we have to be part of this global framework, and you know that this climate Paris Club, they have been different target, and they also promised that they are going to help the developing countries to reduce the pollution, the climate risk, which actually, as a result of the structural production process network chain, supply chain that we have over the world. So developed countries are contributing, and they should indirectly they're contributing by shifting. They should help to mitigate this climate risk. So this is not really a marginal environmental issue anymore. It is a core development financing challenge as well. How to tackle, as I mentioned, $1 trillion that we need over the many years of the 57 countries, and not every Muslim countries are rich, so this is my short answer to your question.
Okay, maybe Prof, I myself have a questions about the structure explanation about Islamic conventional blended finance. How it can be created when it's appear contradict government intention, like in our country we have a, let's say, regulation, and suddenly have a special purpose from government with their own intention, which maybe it seems rejected Islamic purposes. So how to create the the blended finance based on these issues?
So let me try to understand the question. So your government has not formulated a policy which may not be conducive to blended Islamic finance?
Yes, yes.
So you need to go back and have a lobbying force and tell the government all the good things. That is actually the Islamic finance, the risk-sharing finance is very much related to the real economy. And if you address the real economy through the Islamic finance product, there will be automatic check and balance on the pollution, the climate pollution, greenhouse emission, carbon monoxide emission. So this is a natural, actually very natural to mitigation, climate adaptation, these tools. So, my understanding, the people who run our countries, they're very smart, but unfortunately, many of them do not the beauty of the Islamic finance. So it's our job, bring them in, do some professional high level training. If they get the ideas in their head, and they will automatically change the policies. Now, of course, sometimes some of these things are being imposed from from outside, because we have to look at the geopolitical situation as well too. But first thing that we need to, make our bed, make our local environment conducive to Islamic finance. Indonesia is the largest Muslim country in terms of population, huge country, people are religious, but fiqh muamalah, that part, we have to really tell them the dawah, financial literacy. And I know in Indonesia you have different financial literacy program as well, but make sure that it is being taught at the high school level to all the way to the top, to the policymakers, member of the parliament. There could be a session. Is Muhammadiyah University can even, especially as a Dawa work, okay, bring some of these, the local MPs, tell them what and how Islamic finance can be naturally aligned with protection, climate adaptation, and reduction of greenhouse and carbon monoxide emissions. So we have to do this. So we should take this an ibadah, our work, and that will help not only climate, stop the climate degradation, but also will leave a world better for our future generation, because not everyone will live forever.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Prof. Kafir Hassan. Thank you very much for your excellent and insightful presentation. We still have more remain 5 minutes to close this session. If there is no questions, we just maybe end these sessions. And we sincerely appreciate your valuable contribution and engaging discussion just now, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the end of the keynote session of the third International Conference on Economics and Development Studies 2026. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all three distinguished keynote speakers for sharing their knowledge, experience, and insightful idea, data, models, whatever, and then I would also like to thank all the participants for your active participations and attentions throughout the sessions. And we hope that today's discussion have been meaningful and inspiring you for your future research and professional endeavor. And also, what you call it? This is like responsibility as a Muslim, because we have to take care our environment and also Islamic perspective in our future generations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. I would like to say Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and give this session to the Master of Ceremony today, Sister Belia.
Thank you. And Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Tariq Rohan, Dr. Solikin M. Juhra, Professor Muhammad Kabir Hasan, and our moderator, Dr. Yuli Utami, for the excellent and wonderful discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. So, please return according to the schedule for the continuation of our Q&A session. See you for the next session.
Thank you.
Preview. Selamat datang di program studi Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Program studi ekonomi memiliki visi menjadi program studi ekonomi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam di Asia Tenggara pada tahun 2025. Program studi ekonomi bertujuan membentuk lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, serta berwawasan nasional dan internasional. Program studi ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki 4 enrichment course, yaitu ekonomi pembangunan berkelanjutan, ekonomi kreatif, ekonomi kesehatan, serta ekonomi keuangan dan perbankan Islam.
Welcome to Faculty Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Economic study program with excellent accreditation is the right place for those who are interested in becoming professionals for economic institutions, banking, finance, and also research center Indonesia. Economic study program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is the third of the best study programs in Indonesia in the field of economics, econometrics, and finance based on Simago institution rankings. Economic study program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta born to be number one.
The Economic Study Program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has 2 graduate profiles, namely as economic analysts and entrepreneurs who are equipped with knowledge and insights on various topics related to the problems faced both in macro and micro spheres. Various analytical tools are studied and applied in various cases, supported by technology and integration of Islamic values in each courses.
Dalam memberikan pengalaman belajar yang prima bagi mahasiswa, program studi ekonomi memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menunjang pembelajaran, seperti ruang kuliah yang nyaman, perpustakaan, student lounge, kelas IT, BI Corner, Bursa Efek Indonesia, mini bank, masjid, fasilitas olahraga, kantin dan kafe mahasiswa, serta sportorium. Selain itu, program studi ekonomi memperkenalkan rencana evakuasi darurat seperti jalur evakuasi, titik kumpul, alat pemadam kebakaran, hidran, serta baju pemadam kebakaran. Melalui program internasional, kami memiliki kegiatan pertukaran pelajar dengan institusi terkemuka di dunia, seperti universitas di Malaysia, Tiongkok, Taiwan, Turki, Timur Tengah, negara-negara Eropa, dan Afrika. Alumni program studi ekonomi bekerja di beberapa institusi bergengsi seperti Bank Indonesia, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Kementerian Luar Negeri, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, Keuangan Mikro Syariah, dan lain sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Goedenavond, I'm Unity Tanya Velasta, IPF student batch 2019, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. In here, I'm not only learning in the class, but
Aduh, masih bro. Ya Allah, banyak banget.
Wah, anak kecil. Apa? Aku nggak tahu. Kan ini lalu kita males. Sampai memang hobi silakan terus. Hanya ketika punya host, paling-paling seperti itu akan mulai sampai itu. Kok geopo olahraga ya satu tuh ngomongin tanggal olahraga sekarang kata paling berlanjut itu minggu sepisanan begini.
Nita Viviani Nurhanifa. I'm postgraduate student in Master of Economics program 2023. In our Master of Economics program, you choose between two exciting concentration. The first concentration is Islamic economics, focusing on Islamic philanthropy, Islamic banking and finance, and the halal industry. The second concentration is Sustainable Development Economics, focusing on regional development planning, spatial economics with GIS, and green economy. Our lecturers are experts in their field, graduated from across countries, from Taiwan, Malaysia, Thailand, Middle East countries, Spain, UK, and Indonesia reputable universities, providing a rich and diverse learning environment.
We invite you to join us at the Master of Economics program at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Together, we can shape the future of economic thought and practice and make a lasting impact on our communities, Indonesian society, and the world. Master of Economics program UMY, nurturing future economic leaders with Islamic values.
Selamat datang di program studi Ekonomi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Program studi ekonomi memiliki visi menjadi program studi ekonomi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam di Asia Tenggara pada tahun 2025. Program studi ekonomi bertujuan membentuk lulusan yang kreatif, inovatif, menguasai teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, serta berwawasan nasional dan internasional. Program studi ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki 4 enrichment course, yaitu ekonomi pembangunan berkelanjutan, ekonomi kreatif, ekonomi kesehatan, serta ekonomi keuangan dan perbankan Islam.
Welcome to Faculty Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Economic study program with excellent accreditation is the right place for those who are interested in becoming professionals for economic institutions, banking, finance, and also research center Indonesia. Economic study program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta is the third of the best study programs in Indonesia in the field of economics, econometrics, and finance based on Simago institution rankings. Economic study program Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta born to be number 1.
The Economic Study Program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta has 2 graduate profiles, namely as economic analysts and entrepreneurs who are equipped with knowledge and insights on various topics related to the problems faced both in macro and micro spheres. Various analytical tools are studied and applied in various cases, supported by technology and integration of Islamic values in each courses.
Dalam memberikan pengalaman belajar yang prima bagi mahasiswa, program studi ekonomi memiliki beberapa fasilitas yang menunjang pembelajaran, seperti ruang kuliah yang nyaman, perpustakaan, student lounge, kelas IT, BI Corner, Bursa Efek Indonesia, mini bank, masjid, fasilitas olahraga. Kantin dan kafe mahasiswa, serta sportorium. Selain itu, program studi ekonomi memperkenalkan rencana evakuasi darurat seperti jalur evakuasi, titik kumpul, alat pemadam kebakaran, hidran, serta baju pemadam kebakaran. Melalui program internasional, kami memiliki kegiatan pertukaran pelajar dengan institusi terkemuka di dunia, seperti universitas di Malaysia, Tiongkok, Taiwan, Turki, Timur Tengah, negara-negara Eropa, dan Afrika. Alumni program studi ekonomi bekerja di beberapa institusi bergengsi seperti Bank Indonesia, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, Kementerian Luar Negeri, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan, Keuangan Mikro Syariah, dan lain sebagainya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good Idem, I'm Unity Tanya Velasta, IPF student batch 2019, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. In here, I'm not only learning in the class, but also I have many other interesting experience, such as attending seminar with extraordinary speakers, learning culture and history directly in museum and other historical places. I also had the opportunity to do an internship here at COSAM, a company engaged in research and development in Turkey.
IPF had given me a lot of opportunities to enhance my potentials, including my potentials in international levels. So they always push me to the limit that I have to involve in many international activities such as student exchange, international paper competitions, and EDGE. And this experience really helped me to fostering my leadership skills, my independent skill, as well as my participation in international communities.
Program studi ekonomi mengadakan event internasional seperti International Conference on Islamic Economics and Financial Inclusion setiap 2 tahun, Summer Course International Training for Young Islamic and Economics Leaders setiap tahun, HIMI Economics Research Olympiad, International Research Dissemination Forum, Taiwan Higher Education Exhibition, and International Culinary Festivals.
OMA has a high qualified lecturers who teach in English on quiet, practical manner. OMA provide a lot of facilities to improve the well-being of the students. And also there are serious guest lecturers and international conference for Islamic economic and finance.
It's a wonderful place to be here at UMA, and I'm very glad to be able to contribute for a long-term sustainable change and development, and I'm very glad to be given the opportunity to be here and contribute my skills and knowledge for the betterment of this society.
Program studi ekonomi Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, kreatif dan berkarakter Islami.
Pernahkah kamu membayangkan mengenyam pendidikan di salah satu kampus Islam terbaik di kota pelajar? Kota dengan sejuta cerita, dengan beragam budaya di dalamnya. Selamat datang di program studi ekonomi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Di sini, kamu dapat melanjutkan jenjang akademik dengan berlandaskan karakter Islami dan wawasan global yang tentunya akan mencetak pemimpin ekonomi di masa depan yang cerah. Ilmu dan iman bersatu padu dalam program yang dirancang untuk mengembangkan pengetahuan dan kemahiran mahasiswa yang berasaskan dengan pemahaman ekonomi syariah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. With great pride and enthusiasm, I introduce Economic Study Program. This study program is designed to producing Islamic, ethical, and socially responsible graduates who are ready to contribute meaningfully to the field of economics, banking, finance, and halal industry nationally and globally. Economic study programs support the students with committed lectures, diverse learning method, and strong academic support system that foster not only academic excellency and also character development. We warmly invite you all to join with us in Economic Study Program Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bagaimana jika tempatmu belajar bukan hanya untuk menuntut ilmu, tapi juga tempat untuk mencetak insan unggul dan Islami yang kompeten? Kami yakin setiap tahun Prodi Ekonomi tidak hanya mengajarkan teori ekonomi mutakhir, tetapi juga membingkainya dalam perspektif nilai-nilai Islam yang diakui di kancah Asia Tenggara.
Program Studi Ekonomi UMY memiliki akreditasi nasional yang unggul dan diakui dalam peringkat institusi Simago untuk kontribusinya di bidang ekonomi, ekonometri, dan keuangan. Program ini terus mengejar standar internasional melalui akreditasi FIBA dan keanggotaan AACSB. Didukung oleh dosen ahli dan pendekatan yang berpusat pada mahasiswa, program ini mempersiapkan lulusan yang tidak hanya kompeten secara akademis, tetapi juga Islami dan siap menghadapi tantangan ekonomi di dunia nyata.
Dapatkah kamu membayangkan menimba ilmu dengan berbagai fasilitas terbaik? Dengan kenyamanan belajar yang kami tawarkan, kamu dapat mengembangkan keahlian dan keterampilan demi menjemput masa depan cerah yang telah kamu rancang sejak awal perjalanan akademismu. Semua didesain untuk mendukung proses belajarmu agar dapat menjadi individu yang berkualitas. Tidak hanya dinobatkan sebagai kampus Islam terbaik di Indonesia, kami telah meraih legalisasi dan pamor di skala global. Akreditasi dan reputasi yang telah diraih bukan hanya sekedar angka, tapi juga bukti nyata dari kami untuk berkomitmen memajukan pendidikan tinggi yang unggul dan Islami. Bersama kami, kamu bisa membangun karir cemerlang di dunia ekonomi melalui koneksi industri dan instansi yang sudah terjalin dengan kuat. Seperti alumni yang telah bekerja di tempat bergengsi dan menjadi insan ulil albab yang mampu memadukan wawasan duniawi dan ajaran Islam. Seraya membentangkan jembatan pengetahuan lewat relasi strategis yang merambah batas-batas geografis dan budaya, kami mewadahi generasi muda mendunia lewat program pertukaran pelajar ke berbagai negara seperti Malaysia, Polandia, Turki, Taiwan, Jepang, Korea Selatan, Uzbekistan, hingga Bangladesh. Lewat pembelajaran yang intensif, tidak hanya mendapatkan keragaman pemikiran, tapi juga apresiasi yang diakui secara nasional maupun internasional. Kami juga menjadi rumah kedua yang tentram bagi mereka yang berasal dari negara lain, menjadikan program studi ekonomi sebagai tempat belajar yang memberikan arti keindahan di tengah perbedaan.
Welcome to the International Undergraduate Program in Economics Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 2009, we've offered fully English-taught program in Islamic economics and finance, opening door for student exchange, global internship, and careers that span from government, private sector, banking, entrepreneurship, and overseas. Let's join at IUP in economics and step up to the global level.
Bayangkan jika tempat belajarmu menawarkan kurikulum berstandar internasional, di mana kompetensi berbahasa Inggris dikembangkan tanpa mengikis identitas keislaman.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Xondamir Zokirjonov, Xondamir Oğlu. I'm from Andijan, Uzbekistan. I came here to learn Islamic finance to UMY, University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. I'm really happy and glad to see the Indonesian people because they are really friendly, people pleased, and I really love their smile. So my feeling is when I came first, I really got shocked because everyone smiles to us and they love us. So we also Uzbek people love Indonesian. From perspective of food, it's really great. We like it, and we learned some Indonesian words. The Indonesian food are enough. So in terms of university, why I chose, because from my childhood I really longed for to be Islamic economist, and as you know, Islamic economy is extending to the world globally. So I just want to help the world to be free from money from conventional economy. So I came here to learn Islamic finance and help to the world.
Membayangkan adalah awal yang baik, namun aksi nyata adalah kuncinya. Sudah siapkah kamu? Karena kami siap untuk menjadi kompas dalam perjalanan akademismu.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity.
Welcome back, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. We will now continue with keynote session 2, which will consist of 2 keynote speakers. Our first keynote speaker in this session is Dia Setewati Dewanti, SE, MSc, PhD, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. And our second and last keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Habib Ahmed, Durham University, United Kingdom. The session will be moderated by Mr. Eki Imamul Mutakin, SAMA, Lecturer of Economic Department, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Before I hand over this session, I would like to read Mr. Eki curriculum vitae. Mr. Eki Imamul Mutakin is currently a doctoral program student in economic at Indonesia International Islamic University. He holds MA in Finance from Istanbul Zem University and BSc in Economics, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. specialization in economic innovation and creative economy. He is also one of the faculty members at the Department of Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. He speaks Indonesian as a native language, English, Turkish as the French language. He is active in teaching program, research collaboration, community empowerment. Likewise, he frequently participates as a presenter at numerous national and international seminars and conferences. Mr. Eki has successfully been being published numerous articles in both local and international reputable journals, Scopus, Web of Science, and settled locally. His interests includes economic innovation, creative economy, and economy of sustainable development. He's working now on current study about creative industries and informality as well as technological innovation in the regional growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Mr. Eki Imamul Mutakin, SAMA.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ceremony. Master of Ceremony, thank you so much for giving me the time. Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Here I am Eki Imamul Mutakin. I am faculty member of Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. So welcome again for all of you who are participating in this conference. So the third International Conference on Economics Development and Sustainability, what we call Iconeds, 6 February 2026. So our grand theme is all about promoting sustainability and entrepreneurial pathway under global uncertainty toward inclusive and resilient economic development. So this is the second panel. So second panel, we have two main speakers. Here we have already seen in the display, our beloved lecturer also here in the Department of Economics, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta, Ibu Diah Setiawati Dewanti. She will be the first speaker. Hello, Bu.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your coming and for your time to present. I believe the interesting topic for all of you are participating in this conference. So Budia will be the first main speaker here in the panel session, and we have also the last main panel speaker, Dr. Habib Ahmed. We are waiting for him to be in this room. So without further ado, I just want to read brief curriculum vitae of Ibu Diah. Ibu Diah Setiawati Dewanti, SAMSC PhD, is an assistant professor and currently serves as the vice dean. I think currently Bu Diah serves as director of education. Yes, in Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. So she earned a PhD in development science from Khon Kaen University, Thailand, where her awarding research focusing on the household disaster management with extensive expertise in environmental economics, disaster management, and health economics. She has served as an international consultant for the union and research collaboration with global institutions, including Johns Hopkins University, a prolific scholar with a significant Scopus Index publication record. Dr. Diah is dedicated to advancing sustainable development through quantitative research and community-based creative economy initiative across Southeast Asia. I think this is very interesting to see her background in terms of the disaster management, and we are waiting for her to present very interesting topic also in this panel session. So Budia, actually we have only, I think, 25 to 30 minutes for you to present. And after that, we have about 20 minutes or maximum 30 minutes for Q&A. before Dr. Habib Ahmed will taken for the last main speaker in this panel session. Any questions for Bu Dia? Yes, thank you.
With the rules.
Yeah, without further ado, I just want to give the mic microphone and also the display for you to present a very interesting topic. The time is your book, Dia.
Thank you, Mas Eki, as the moderator. Good morning, everyone. Oh, sorry, it's already evening here. Afternoon in here. So good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sorry, I think I was wrong on sharing. Okay, thank you so much for inviting me in here. So today, since Mas Eki already informed you about my background, about my study background, and also my specialities, of course, you can imagine what things that I would like to share today. Of course, it's about disaster management. And I think in Yogyakarta, people in here are really known because in the early morning, this early morning, we have an earthquake, quite heavy earthquake, and I believe that all of you are jump into the from your where is that bedroom, and then you jump and run, and it's actually it's a natural things in Yogyakarta and also in Indonesia. So that is why I know that disaster management it has to be a knowledge. It has to be a things that we are continuously as a person who long life learning to live and then to learn how to adapt with it. And we believe that the sustainable disaster management capacities is trying to build in every countries to support their community resilience. So that is why today I would like to bring concerning for this, for Iconeds, concerning materials for this, because we know that in the environmental what is that the quality of environmental this is the most like the event like the shock the hazard which is actually the most interesting on topic that we can talk more and discuss and we learn about. So as usually in Indonesia right now, Indonesia mostly, we know that how is coming with the flood, with the shifting of the land in Sumatra, which has happened in the end of 2025. It's not only flood, but also the shifting of the plaque of the earth, and it crossed and it impact to several of the land which is a little bit moving, yeah. So it's not only flooding coming in there. And then right now we also have a several weeks ago, last week, we also have in Cisarua the landslide, which is actually it's a fact that the naturals is impacted to something and then it was happen and it's becoming negative impact to us in the cost of the victims in a life in economics impact also and also for education we lost quite a lot of schools. We have a lot of facilities with uh, like getting trapped into the landslide. So it's becoming a very every agenda that the landslide it's very costly in mostly in the rural area. And the third, not only flood, not only landslide that we have in Indonesia, we also have the volcanic eruptions. Not only that, last night we have quite a lot of the earthquake, which is actually it's it's not that bad compared with 2006 in Yogyakarta, but it happens then several of our public infrastructure was impacted to that. Why it happens? Because we are in the located of ring of fire, and that is why it's every people that we believe it is becoming our agenda to learn, to adapt, to increase our community resilience. So a disaster is always updated in every countries, including ASEAN. In here, we see in the week 4, we found quite a lot of happenings in ASEAN, not only in Indonesia, but also happened in Philippines, also happened from in Malaysia. In many countries, it's also impacted because we are located as previously ring of fire. In ASEAN was just like totally the plug of the ring of fire. So disaster, it's always happening. And sometimes we say that the disaster management cycle impacted from this meaning because sometimes actually why disaster becoming worse because it's the sudden event and sometimes it was disrupt the functioning from the community. For examples, in this area, in Yogyakarta event, we know that all of the people they learn about disaster management, but they're becoming disrupted because the functioning was not normally happen because a lot of people suddenly forgot how to do. Even I think last this early morning when it was what is it? Earthquake coming. I was also surprised how to do. I think Mas Eki also have this problem too. When we already learned it, but when it was impacted to us suddenly in the sudden event, it was forgot how to do. So it's becoming a disaster because it harms or not only harms but impacted to our environmental losses, the community's ability and their capacities to cope how to do with this how to do to manage the disaster, so it becoming a disasters. But if the people is already ready, I think for example Japan, the disaster will be less impacted because they already feel readiness. Their readiness is really increasing, or the community resilience are know how to do, even though they know even though they a lot of the if you see that the last earthquake in the Japan, everyone was in the TikTok was just said, oh, I'm really scared and etc. I think most of them are not Japanese people but most of them for Japanese, they know if it is earthquake how to do. Even the small kids, they know how to do. They will just run into the triangle safety area, then they come to the after the earthquake is already slowing down, they just go like discipline walking down into using the stairs, and then they move out from the building. I think because of the community resilience was increasing. And about that, every year right now is already try to what is it? Define the disaster management. In 2003, from UK, it state from UK state that the strong and well-structured disaster management, it have to be from the local people. Is very important. So start on 2003, they already rely on the local people. They have to have the capacities on it. And it's even more, we also know we also need to know what is the meaning disaster in our life. Even for example, in previous slide, I'm saying about the definition of disaster, but we need to know what is the meaning of disaster in our life. One of my research was interesting. I'm asking to people who live surrounding the volcanic eruptions, and then I'm asking them what is disaster in your meanings? And they said to me that disaster is happening because we are people who are not ready. And actually, they know that the event of the hazard was in there, but they do not know how to do. So it's becoming a disaster. But people, when they know how to do it, it's not becoming a disaster. So they think that, for example, right now they live in the Merapi mountain, which is actually, if you can browse the Merapi mountain, it's really active everywhere. Every year is always coughing, yeah, getting the eruptions, active erupted. But then people surrounding it, they know when they have to run and they know how they cope it. They said they will see that, okay, the Merapi is coming, the eruption coming is active, but they will not just like running, going crazy downstairs and becoming a lot of accident. No, they know how to do it. So it's becoming a disaster management. Until 2019, Sinha et al. Is already trying to make comprehensive disaster management priority. They know that how to organize, how to plan and utilize the resources. That's the disaster management capacities. So until now, previously before Sinha et al., it was Hugo Framework Action HFA. It was very famous until 2019, 2020. They're still using it, some of the Hugo framework. They're trying to see that how the mitigation, how the managing, how the response of the disaster management of the disasters becoming a disaster management capacities. So disaster management is a thing or a program or an actions which is actually planned as their mitigations, their preparedness, all the comprehensive things that we prepare for ourselves, for the capacities to face the readiness of the disasters. So in this meaning, the plan, the practice, the action for mitigations and preparedness before the disaster coming, and then how they respond when the disaster coming, and how they recovery. It's becoming a disaster management program, and it have to be what is it? It have to be implemented successfully in each of the local peoples, in the government, in the public sectors, even the emergency responses on the health infrastructures. It's becoming a huge agenda for each of the country. So through those, we're trying to see the sustainable disaster management, which is actually how the disaster risk management, we call it as a DRM, to invest the longest, the sustainable of this implementation of disaster management before, during, and after. The first dividend for the resilience, which is supporting the sustainable disaster management, is trying to avoid the losses. We're trying to decrease the losses. We're trying to see the benefit when the disaster strikes. So in this first dividend, we trying to avoid the damage and losses from the disaster. For example, we try to make them educated very well. We trying to integrate it to curriculum. Even right now, all the emergency responses from the medical faculties, they're trying to have the emergency responses. And for the community, they're trying to integrate it, the educations to the small people, to the rural peoples and the small kids, how to do, how they have to prepare themselves. The second dividend of resilience is trying to unlocking the economic potentials. When we try to avoid the losses, the second one is, which actually is also most important, is the recovery phases after the disaster strikes. Yeah, after the hazard strikes. Mostly we're trying to stimulate their economic activity so they can have their own resilience on the financial capacities or finance capitals. In this case, we're trying to build the business and capital investments. We're trying to see the agriculture productivity because most of the people impacted to the disaster mostly in the agriculture, in the landslide, in the volcanic eruption, mostly in the agriculture sectors, and then land value for from protective infrastructure, and also we're trying to see the macroeconomics as a whole in fiscal stability and access to credit when they're trying to have the recovery phase. So as previously, I also have the last experience on the research surrounding the Merapi mountain. One of the small village, I think, yeah, small village in there, small hamlets there. Actually, it was located in the red area or disaster prone area. Then the government asked them to move out from those area because it was very like dangerous red area. It's very dangerous there. It's near to the peak and near to the lava path there, but they do not want to move, and the government is trying to ask them to move hardly, like already close their access of the electricity, but still they are still there. And then afterwards, they said to the local people, local government, they do not want to move. And don't worry, we already have the poverty's recovery, the recovery phase planning, that we have a takaful. It's a Sharia insurance that they are implemented a micro scale from this hamlet. So it's very interesting that they have this second dividend of resilience by their own. They already have the takaful, they already have the saving, and they already state that every harvesting period, they will just like give 5% or 10% of their harvesting savings to the cooperative in there. And then they prepare if they have to do the evacuations, or if the Merapi is harmed to their house or their property, they have their own money to rebuild or recovery there. But still, they do not want to move. I know that it's not good in the disaster management knowledge. They have to move actually because it's a red zone. But the things that we need to see, that the second dividend of resilience, they prepare for the unlocking the economic potential, is having that a small takaful, internal takaful in their own village. So it's really good to have this, yeah. And the third dividend of resilience is generating development of co-benefits. We're trying to see the ecosystem services, transportation uses, and agriculture productivity gains. As we can see that the ecosystem services is really important, because really sorry to say that in Sumatra, well, a lot of news. I think in Aceh, in Sumatra, in Padang, it was actually, if there is no something happen in the ecosystem services, if there is no illegal logging, if there is no cutting tree in the forest, over cutting tree in the forest, then it wasn't this bad. But the fact that the local government, they found that a lot of cutting tree, illegal logging, and then when the flood is coming, it was getting terrible and harmful to all of the people. So the third dividend of resilience, very important, the ecosystem services. It have to be a very good ecosystem services, from the regulations and the implementations. So once again, the community resilience, when we already see the disaster management, now we know that the community resilience is very important in our life. It is a multi-phased concept, which is actually trying to adapt, trying to absorb, how to mitigate, and recovery from the various shocks or hazard or the stressors. So community resilience is very important. And the key components of community resilience, the first one is adaptation and recovery. The adaptation and recovery, it have to be owned by each of the individual, the small persons, like the small unit analysis. Every people have to be the adaptation and recovery at capacities, and they have to have a resources and the dimension. The sixth dimension is a structure, the capacities of the finance, the capitals, or including the spiritual and also the culture dimensions. And also they have to have a strong social and economic factors. A lot of disaster management research that already covers that social capitals can help everyone to adapt, everyone to recovery. So social capitals is very important to have. And the second one is also economic or finance capitals. So social and economic capitals, social and economic factors is becoming key importance element in the community resilience. Communication and learning. It's also a very interesting. Until now, we still trying to engage our ability, the educations, including I saw that a lot of the universities in each of the higher education, they still put the disaster management as their learning process. Until now, I also have a plan to have the VR 360 with a friend from Erasmus. We're trying to engage with the teaching learning process to have the disaster management in each of the practical asset in each of the Faculty of Medicines. Hopefully, later on it will be soon published for as the key component of the community resilience. And the last one is community led initiatives. So, for all of the researchers, they believe that the community resilience for the disaster, the most successful is came from the community lead of initiative. If the community can lead initiative for these adaptations for disasters management or adapt from the disasters, natural shocks and hazards, so they can have the community resilience strongly. So this is a very important key components from community resilience. But what is the challenge? The challenge is the complexity and also the dynamism, because a lot of the human behavior, the impact of the social phenomena, and then technologies is becoming complexity and dynamics, and the movement is not static, and usually it have to be continuously adapt and learning. If we can remember how COVID-19 hit our world, it's not only people think that it's not a disaster, but yes, it is a disaster. As a biological disease is a disaster, so we're trying to continuously adapt it. Until now we learned, right? Us, we live in here in Earth. We learned and adapt of continuously of the hit of the COVID-19, which is actually the basic viruses was flu, and you can see that this year is also spread the we can call it a super flu, yeah. But the most of the human beings, they already adapt and learned how to um, know how to adapt from the COVID-19 viruses. The second one is the barriers to resilience, usually is the poverty. Poverty, the poverty is becoming a terrible shocks or hazards to the disasters, where when we can see economic, usually complexity of happening in economics, if macroeconomics hit us, like the crisis of the monetary hit us, then the barriers to resilience on the shocks or hazards becoming a problem, because again, disaster was always attack us on the economic, not only the losses of the human beings' life, but also the economic impact for the recovery. So these two of the challenges, and we need to consider how to do it. And for poverty is really strong relationship with the sustainable livelihood asset that we have to increase and engage with the disaster management. So this is what the ICOR 2016 have for the community resilience framework. In here, I would like to share two kind of the framework that is very knownable for implemented. The community resilience by ICOR, they already engage with the trying to see the healthy environment from the responsible governments and from the quality of life, and then the strong economy and also the prepared of the system. The prepared system is also include the technology in here. For example, during the earthquake, I believe that during the earthquake, too easy because I was right now I'm staying in one of our university dormitory. The easy way is because the earthquake is coming, we do not know when and where. When it was happening in the early morning, when while we are very in the deep sleep, they have a ring alarm to waken us up. So it's also a technology that prepared the system how we have to do when we heard the ring a bell of the alarm what to do. It's a kind of a system that we need to move out from the building, and then we are not using the elevator, of course. It's a basic education with that. We have to using a stairs and how to do not to panic. The anxiety have to be handled and etc. So this prepared system is very important as the first thing. Then the second one is quality of life. Of course, their health and then the mental health, and we need to see to assess who is the one who need to be supported, because we need to see how we can help to people who need it, like not only physically but also mentally. As I remember, one of my colleagues informed me that during the disaster coming in Japan, they already recognize in the apartment, they already alarm that who will be like in the area of the in the unit, which room have to be knocked first. Because there's vulnerable peoples there. So quality of life and also the impact of the social factors is very important in this case. Yeah. Responsible governance, of course, it's have to be supported by the system to support the prepared system and also strong economy. The second, community resilience, which is trying to, in this part, they are trying to strengthen the social capital by Alice 2022. This is the newest one on the community resilience, but it was in the focusing on the social capital. They have to see how is the public schools, private schools actually is how the public schools engage and integrated how to handle the shocks and how to investigate the vulnerable people, because we know in the high school and junior high school, not only with the defable or disabilities people, but also disabilities people, they're already defining into the physical and also mental health. They're trying to alarm how to help them. So the public schools is trying to integrate the knowledge. And then from the housing, they're trying to increase the structural mitigations. What is the structural mitigation meaning? The structural mitigation is the housing which is really prepared for any kind of shocks, including with the floods, landslide, and earthquake, and also the fire, and etc. So the housing have to be prepared with this, not the house which is cannot be burned, but this house can alarm and inform to the people how to do the community resilience based on this infrastructures. And the last one is the criminal practices, criminal justice, because we know that in the social capital, I still remember one of my research concerning the small hamlets in there, how they built the takaful system there is actually their barrier was the criminal justice, because they found that who is the person who responsible taking care of the money, and they will not run with the money and have to be an honest people and etc. So community, they're trying to see the criminal justice to decrease them. So this kind of engaging of the housing, public school, and also the criminal justice is trying to strengthen their community capacities, and they have a strong social capitals, and those from the community lead, they can have the social capitals. So this is the community resilience of framework that Alice and all the friends showing up with their framework, because they have to strengthen the meaning of the triangle for community. So this is a framework to strengthen the community resilience through social capitals. So what is the key examples for the community resilience? One of them are resilience hubs. Second one is social capital, like Alice, what they are doing right now until now, and the networking. Environmental and physical infrastructure, because in the Alice, we also known that the physical infrastructure is very important. They also built the components of the housing there. Economic and health initiative to strengthen the recovery phase and also the preparedness and planning if something happens. I still remember after the earthquake, I talked to my friends and my colleague, don't forget to bring our cell phone every time when the earthquake coming. So I still remember that we are running with our hand, a cell phone in our hand. How to do it? Because we need to have the networkings, and we also have to be communication in each other, how to survive with each other. Yeah. One of example case, which is very important and is already published in 2025 in my colleague, is concerning the floods in the Samarinda city. It's resilient city, and they're trying to have mitigation adaptation from the community. You know that what is the resilient city? We know that the ability for them to survive, to adapt, and trying to recovery from any kind of disturbance. For this case, is a flood. As you know, flood is everywhere and becoming a problem. Yeah. So these researchers is trying to see the resilience index values by many of the multidimensional aspect. They are trying to engage with the moderately sustainable economic dimensions and socio-cultural dimensions. Through this, they're trying to categorize. If the index value is in 0 to 25, it will be like it's bad. If 26 to 50, it will be less. 51 to 75 is enough, and so on. It will be increasing, it will be good, highly sustainable. Then we found that the multidimensional sustainability, in the multidimensional, we saw that it's a little bit in the gray area. And then the dimension of social culture, economy, ethics, it was in the quite strong, like in the yellow area. Then ethics and technology is becoming a gray area. And we can see in here from the categorize that a multidimensional is becoming sustainable enough, but the less sustainable was found in the ecological, ethics, and also technology. As you can imagine, ecological, so it means that the behavior of these ecological system, like the awareness, practices of the ecological dimensions to prevent the floods, and also here dimension of ethics, how they mostly they waste their trash in the improper might be in the river and etc. So the dimensions of ethics is becoming less sustainable, and technology, their readiness is also less for the dimensions with that. So from those, they are trying to see how to do it. So how to make it from those index, the community resilience index. They're trying to encourage the community participations. They're trying to engage the community. They're trying to get the community lead. They're trying to see that, come on, let's have the initiative to fostering the awareness in the ecosystem of environment. So this encouraging community participation until now is becoming Samarinda city's what is it? Planning, strategic planning. Yeah. The second one is ethical dimensions. They're trying to see the constructions of properties along the riverbanks, because along the riverbanks they mostly have a very tough fighting and conflict of the property rights, right? So they're trying to see if it is not allowed to build some of the housing there or residential properties. So it doesn't have to be built in there because it's very dangerous to construct the residential properties along the riverbanks. The second one is waste disposal into the Mahakam River. In Samarinda, we have this river, a very huge river. And this Mahakam River, quite a lot of people are throwing the waste in there. So these ethical dimensions is becoming a big homework for Samarinda City. The absence of reforestation efforts, because Samarinda right now is trying to enlarge and develop the city. They're trying to build quite a lot of apartments, hotels, and etc. because we also move our government, central government there. So reforestation have to be efforted. Quite a lot of what is that, wood or the forest, they already cut and also changed to be the palm oil tree. As you can see, palm oil tree, of course, bring benefit, but for ecosystem, it's not really good. They cannot save the water. They cannot absorb the water. So the flood will be coming because they cannot protect the human being. And also, the advocate the enforcement of penalties for the violations in the spatial planning regulations is also becoming ethical dimensions as the big homework for the local government to enforce, to strike out for the people who already, or give the penalties to people who already harm the ecological system. And the uneven population distribution patterns is also becoming a homework in the Samarinda city right now. And right now, the community resilience trying to concentrate, to observe where is the government center and build up land in the flood prone areas and try to conversion of the forest land, which one have to be forested, which one can be built up as the government center. So uneven population have to be like, this is a managing of the urban areas. Yeah. And then improve urban drainage system is the technological system. It's really in the gray area. It's really less. They have to be improved because the drainage system was not really good. They're trying to make the small drainage system and it have to be enlarged because quite a lot of the debit of the water. So they have to be enlarged. The length of the drainage system. So this becoming the community resilience, this becoming a big homework for Samarinda City. Then it's for them, they make this as a framework, and until now they prepare for them as becoming a national strategic for Samarinda City. So this kind of a community resilience pattern, they make this and they build the guideline for them and integrate them into the government national strategic government for build up, for develop, and handle the various attacks, especially for the floods, becoming their national plans in Samarinda City. So this is conclusion: how to strengthen the disaster management. we saw that the disaster management for community resilience, we need to see the dimensions, because the disaster resilience, if we know that disaster management actually is a transdisciplinary. So we need to have this dimension, the technical, organizational, economic, social, health. Both five of them have to work together. Who will work with them for these dimensions is also the stakeholders, not only the public like us human being, also the private industries and also the government is becoming the patterns of triple helix of working. Yeah. And then the resilience properties. We need to know, we need to learn. Like in Turkey, they already built the structure mitigations. They built the house. Like in Japan, they built their house. It's very tough, easy for them to secure them from the earthquake. Even the hotels, it's even though it's the scale Richter was very high, like 9 or 8, but it wasn't damaged that much. We need to learn how to make it. And they said that it's affordable. And that one is very a tough homework that can be developed to be our framework. And also resourcefulness, robustness, and redundancy is always long learning of the disaster management capacities to strengthen the community resilience. And disruptions. You can see we have a flood. We also have a hurricane. We have a earthquake, wildfire in Indonesia. We have everything. Volcanic. I think it's our disasters is natural disaster was complete. So we need to know the disruptions and the benefits, how to protect the infrastructure, how to protect the people, how to know how to protect for the vulnerable people. So it's also what is it? We need to know how to do for helping and make this disaster management becoming inclusive. So we need to know how to handle the disabled or disabled people, how to bring the old or elderly when the disaster coming. So protecting people, protecting social and natural environment is very important also. So this one is conclusions for the strengthening of disaster management, which actually we have to know that the dimensions, this fifth is becoming our true homework to believe that transdisciplinary knowledge is very important to strengthen our disaster resilience or community resilience. I think that's all. Thank you so much for your time, Mas Eki, and all the participants in here. If you have any further information concerning disaster management, and if you want to talk more about disaster management with me and several of my publications, please, you can email me or contact me through WhatsApp. Thank you, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will give back to the moderator.
Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Budia, for your very interesting topic. Actually, the time is running out 10 minutes before, but I couldn't skip because the topic is very interesting. That's fine, Budia. So this is, if I may conclude your presentation for all the participant here, Budia talking about, just talk about disaster management as a very highly critical issue in Indonesia due to its geographical position along the Ring of Fire she mentioned, which exposes the country to frequent earthquake, volcanic eruption, and so on and so forth. So this condition makes effective disasters management essentially for reducing risk, minimizing shocks, minimizing social and economic losses. And also disaster management is commonly understood through various definitions. She also successfully defined very well in terms of the definition from various literatures, but in generally refers to a systematic process and of disaster management cycle It's all about mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And also each crisis play a very vital role in reducing vulnerability and ensuring a coordinated response to disasters, and also strengthening disaster management for community resilience. Yeah, require inclusive planning, local capacity building, and community participation, early warning system. Yeah, this is very interesting topic also, and integration of local knowledge with institutional support by reinforcing those kind of elements. I think disaster management can become more effective and sustainable at the community level. So that's all about the conclusion that I can deliver to you. So this is the session for Q&A. Yeah, for those who want to ask further, please just raise your hand, directly ask to Dr. Dia, or even you may write on the text box here, on the chat box here. But actually we have one question here, Budia. If I may to read here, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Dia. My name is Dr. Sahida from UITM Malaysia. Just want to ask if the changes of geopolitics also can be seen as a disaster threat. Do Islamic finance industry could receive some indirect impact on it?
Thank you so much, Mas Eki and Dr. Sahida. It's very interesting questions. Whether the geopolitics also can be seen as a disaster threat. As we can see that disaster is actually, the meaning of disaster is a disruption or things that make us shocked. Of course, geopolitical, it's become the change of geopolitical is becoming also a threat or becoming a disaster. As I can remember, if the impact is the crisis, monetary crisis, is also becoming a disaster, but not as the natural disasters, but we can see that it's becoming a human disasters. So geopolitics is also can be seen as this as a threat. As for example, I still remember how the for now Indonesia is also having a geopolitical, but previously might be if you still remember when President Trump. When President Trump is coming up elected as the United States president and becoming like the first persons a very important persons in the world. So if you still remember, it was impacted very hard. Geopoliticals was impacted. Those was impacted into several of our stocks, even to the gold, the gold prices at that moment, including quite a lot of things. It was impacted to the many things on the monetary the monetary level. So indeed, that geopolitics is becoming a disaster threat, but not as a disaster like a natural disaster. But yes, it's becoming a disaster in the monetary, into the finance, into the fiscal policies in each of the country, which is actually do not have a very strong position in the world. So yes, indeed, I will say it's yes, it's a disaster threats, the changes, huge changes on geopoliticals, and how the Islamic finance industry could receive some indirect impact on it. As you can see, some of the Islamic finance industries will impact very huge impact that if we have the geopoliticals. Changing, because we know that if the geopolitics coming or the changing is very huge, and their sorry, the impacted to the, for example, if US have they release some news about their recommendations, they have the policy, something policy, including about their inflations, including the tax, the trade tax, it's impacted to our Islamic finance industry, of course, into the banking, in the Islamic banking, and also to the exchange money. So indeed, that it also have indirect impact on it, including for the what is it, for not only non-natural disasters. Natural disasters also impact to the sum of the Islamic finance industry, but in the good ways. I still remember how one of the Sharia bank in Indonesia can promote the takaful insurance, and then they're trying to engage with the community, and then they have the trust, and now they have their own product for the takaful insurance. In quite a lot of Sharia banking increase their takaful receiving. It's also becoming not only with the insurance, because a lot of Indonesian know that it's Sharia, so they will recognize with the takaful insurance. So in a good way for the natural disasters, some of the Islamic finance industry can impact it in a good way, because they can help the peoples, the community, to have the Sharia um, products to the people who have impacted to the disasters. So I think hopefully it can be answered to Dr. Sahida. Thank you, Mas Ake.
Yes, so we have another question here on the chat box, Budia. Maybe
Okay.
I can also read for the second question here. How can we, the question is from Aris Novita Rahayu from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The question is, how can we effectively diversify the livelihoods of communities around Mount Merapi to ensure their economic resilience remain intact when volcanic activity surges and the tourism sector is temporarily halted?
Okay.
Yes, in your opinion, how can we integrate the local knowledge of the Merapi community regarding natural science with modern early warning system to make evacuation processes in tourism villages more responsive and inclusive? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Maseki. Thank you, Aris. It's very interesting questions. I know that several of my research was conducted in Mount Merapi, and you can see that Mountain Merapi was actually, if some of you do not know Mountain Merapi, it was located in Yogyakarta. When diversity of people working in there, they work as a farmers, they work as a in the tourist sectors. They also work as a food and beverage. They also work in the hotels. They also work. So it's very diversity of the livelihoods in there. Like in every level, we found it in the Mountain Merapi. But how they can ensure their economic resilience to intact when the volcanic activity surge, and how the tourism sectors. Well, based on my experiences of my research, I will firstly think in that mind things as a person who live in the surrounding the Marapi volcano. I will ask what is the disaster in their meanings. And when I ask to them what is the disasters, how is the Merapi volcanic becoming a disaster for you, how is the impact to their life, their livelihoods. And it was amazing. I found the answer for them. Their answer is actually, when I ask what is disaster in your life, disaster is the meaning of disaster. If my husband is cheating on me, is disasters. Or disaster is the meaning is actually if I do not have money and then I have to have online debt. So it's meaning of disaster. And I will ask, yeah, what is the meaning disaster with the volcanic eruptions? And they said, oh, Mountain Merapi, you said? No, Mountain Merapi is never have as a disaster for them. For them, this Mountain Merapi is not becoming a threat. But they said that the Mountain Merapi is a blessed, is a gift from God, from Allah to them. because from Merapi volcano, they can, they can plant salak, the snake fruit, yeah, easily, and it was a very special taste of salak. Only in Mountain Merapi can have the salak pondok taste. And they said that with the Merapi, they have a very beautiful view, and the tourism sector was in good, and it bring them a huge impacted for them in their economic life. So they said that volcanic activity actually is not becoming their threats, it's not their hazards. Indeed, if it is, they said that if the mountain Merapi was coughing like that, and the eruption coming, they said that okay, it is a sign from Allah that they have to be temporarily on vacation to go to the Yogyakarta. They said they can go to the urban area with the, feeling okay, I have to do the evacuations with their own money because they have their own saving. And they said that, okay, have to be temporarily stopped for the, the tourism sectors. But they said that it's not the harmful things. For them, it's a kind of a process of their life. They believe that every 10 years, Merapi will be coughing very hard, and they have to release their salak agricultures. They have to release their housing, and they believe that it's a blessed time they found the fertilizer for them. So this becoming a very different thought in our research area. And I think we need to see in their perspective. We need to see that it's not becoming a disaster for them actually, and how to urge the livelihoods. It's becoming the key to strengthen the living, their working, their life job as farmers, tourists, and etc. So the idea is have to be strengthen their resilience on their belief actually, because it's a tough work living in surrounding Mountain Merapi, but it's a bless because if you throw any seed, it will be growing up because that very fertile uh, f- uh, the land. So the livelihoods it's also becoming for them is very success on it. So in your opinions, how can integrate the local knowledge with the early warning system to have the evacuation process? In Mountain Merapi, they have, we call it what is it? Juru kunci, yeah, the key persons actually. If we translate it into the meaning in English, is key persons who knows that when the volcanic is erupted, you have to going down evacuate. So those is the local knowledge for them, local belief. Even when they are already, every time when I come there and they Merapi is small coughing, and they said it's okay. It's only small coughing. It's not harm. They know because they have their own sign. It's based on their belief. So it's good that they have their own. Right now, they have their own household disaster management guideline based on their own. Actually, they already have it. It's already implemented by the tourism, the agriculture, and farmers. If you go there, you can see how they make this guideline, and it was made by the community themselves. How to have to help each other and make it as inclusive for all of the people surrounding the community. So if you go to the Marapi surrounding it, talk with the community, you can see that they have their own guideline for disaster management, especially for the volcanic eruptions. I think that's all I can say. That Mountain Marapi is very special case, and you can learn and go there and learn from the community resilience in there.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
thank you.
you, Lydia, for the second question you answered. So it is 2 p.m. It is running out of the time. So for those who already asked, thank you so much. And for another one, I think Komito will help to take a note for the question to Budia because we are already here also. We are welcoming also to Professor Habib Ahmed that has already joining us. So this is the time for you. And thank you, Budia. Before I just want to hand over to Prof. Ahmed. Thank you for your presentation, for your comment, and also for your insight. It's very, very insightful for all of us. Thank you, Budia, for your kind presentation. So this is the last main speaker in the panel session. So we have Prof. Ahmed. Yeah, welcome, Prof. Ahmed. Can you hear us?
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your time, for your joining us in this conference. So yeah, I was there, Prof, 2 years ago in Durham.
That's right. That's
Do
right.
you? Yeah, thank you. So before Prof Ahmed presentation, the presentation, I just want to read a brief CV of him. Yeah. Wait a moment. So Prof. Habib Ahmed is the Sarjah Chair in Islamic Law and Finance at Durham University, United Kingdom, and a world renowned authority in the field as evidenced by his 2022 ISDB Prize for Impactful Achievement in Islamic Economics. His extensive professional backgrounds include senior leadership roles at the Islamic Development Bank, and also the National Commercial Bank of Saudi Arabia, alongside academic appointment at prestigious institutions such as the National University of Singapore, the University of Connecticut, and fellowship at the Cambridge Church Business School, a key contribution to global regulatory standards through the Islamic Financial Service Board. Prof. Ahmed is a prolific author whose pioneering research bridge Islamic legal theory with modern financial innovation, included fintech, wakaf integration, and risk management to drive sustainable and inclusive global development. Yeah, I couldn't read more because the time is very limited. Yeah, Prof. Ahmed, actually we have about 25 to 30 minutes for your presentation, and then directly to the Q&A for about 20 minutes or 25 minutes after your presentation. So without further ado, I just want to give your time, the microphone, and also display for your presentation. The time is yours, Prof.
Okay. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Let me just share my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, clearly. Thank you so much.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Today I'll speak on the topic of future of Islamic finance in light of sustainable development and how what type of innovation is needed to achieve sustainable development using Islamic finance. What I plan to cover is, what I plan to cover are mainly three topics. First, the introductory part, where I'll talk about sustainable development and innovation. And then we will look at the Islamic worldview briefly, which I think most of you, if you're students of Islamic economics finance, already know. So I'll just quickly go over some of the key points. And based on that, discuss what I call soft values and hard practices of Islamic finance. And looking at the practices, we will look at how innovation needs to be structured and the way forward. I have, as was mentioned, around 25 minutes to 30 minutes to cover this. Starting with the basics, we can understand the role of finance if we look at what are the current challenges and also what will be the accelerators which will shape the future. Of course, we live in a world of global uncertainties, the VUCA world, as it's called. And one of the key uncertainties is related to the climate crisis, which is creeping in gradually. And we can already see a lot of impact of the threat of environmental degradation. The second driving force also we are witnessing right now is the fourth and now fifth industrial revolution. The fifth industrial revolution being the AI part, which is going to transform the not only economies but also societies as we move forward. From a financial point of view, I think financialization of economies is a serious problem. And within the financialization, the increasing debt levels at different levels, at individual levels, at company levels, at national levels, is a serious problem. And this seems not to be decreasing, but increasing as we move forward. And finally, of course, when we talk about sustainable development, given all the things which I mentioned, we have to come up with a framework of sustainable development. As we are aware, all the countries of the world in 2015 under United Nations, they signed the Sustainable Development Goals to achieve these goals by 2030. We only have another 5 years to achieve them. We can, one of the key differences of SDGs compared to previous development initiatives is that SDGs was not only focusing on economic growth, but also social and environmental protection. So we can think of SDGs as people-oriented, where we think of reducing inequalities, and also when we think of development, to also think of the environmental implications of development. Now, if we look at the current status of SDG performance globally, this is taken from Sustainable Development Report 2025. We can see that the world is far behind in achieving the SDGs. And as I mentioned, we only have 5 years to go, and I think it will be almost impossible to achieve the SDGs. The reds means that there are major challenges to achieve, and then the second one is significant challenges to achieve the SDGs. So most of the SDGs probably will not be achieved by the target year of 2030. Then I have here mainly looking at the people-related indices in terms of income and wealth inequalities. We see again that there is the red one here shows how much the top 10% of the population globally is making in terms of income and also the wealth, and the blue one shows the bottom 50% of the wealth going to the wealth and income going to the bottom 50%. So one of the interesting things here is we see that the wealth inequality is much acute, much more than income inequality. Now, the other thing, of course, for us, when we're looking at Islamic finance and the financial sector, is that one of the key reasons the SDGs could not be achieved was the huge financing gap or the financing needs which were needed, and the financing gap. When SDGs were launched in 2015, the estimates were 2.5 million per year globally in emerging economies, and this number has increased to $4 trillion after COVID. So I think one of the key thing here is that one of the reasons SDGs were not being achieved globally was partly because of the financing gap. Now, given this background, we can think of the role of Islamic finance, not Islamic finance, the financial sector, which can play an important role to mobilize resources for sustainable development goals. So if you look at the future challenges which I mentioned in the first slide, we can think of the role of of the financial sector as financing SDGs, the planet-related issues, this would be to generate resources and investment for renewable energy and infrastructure projects, for example. And the SDGs, relevant SDGs are mentioned there. Then financing SDGs, people-related SDGs, mainly to increase financial access and inclusion. And here we can think of financial inclusion for individuals. The relevant SDGs are mentioned there. And also the SME sector, actually micro and small enterprises sector, and the SDGs are mentioned there. I also mentioned the increased debt and fragility which it's going to cause. So the implication for this, for the financial sector, is to reduce debt and increase the share of asset and equity modes of financing, um, and to enhance resilience in the systems. The more debt you have, the more fragile an economy becomes. And finally, the digital technologies and disruption which is taking place, if the financial sector has to invest and adopt a technology, mainly in terms of fintech, and also now use AI to provide better services, especially to achieve the financial inclusion in different countries. The other related thing, of course, related to technology is to reduce the digital divide. Otherwise, the inequalities which we saw will also increase. So I think these are the broader implications for financial sector. So in terms of digital divide, the financial sector can actually promote digital inclusion along with financial inclusion by investing in sectors which where the digital divide can be reduced. So the above, all of these would require innovative solutions, and that brings me to the innovation part of this lecture. Just starting, I know most of you are aware of it. Just to remind you, innovation is basically innovation of new things, ideas, ways of doing things. This is Oxford Dictionary definition of innovation. It is basically to come up with ideas which can exploit opportunities and create value. The key thing is that innovation is there to solve problems, and through solving problems, people can generate different types of value. It can be economic value, or it can be other social and environmental value. The key thing here is to transformation of ideas into inputs requires appropriate knowledge and skills. And that's why not all ideas are translated into successful outputs. Actually, there was a study done which showed that of the 100 ideas presented to venture capitalist firms, this is in America, only 4 gets funded. And of those 4 which get funded, not all are successful. Actually, 70 to 80% are not successful. The remaining 20% are successful. So innovation is something which is needs resources, and also is something not easy to do. There are various domains of innovation in terms of products, processes, organizations, and markets. Usually, when you think of innovations, we think of products, but a lot of innovation takes place in processes and organizations. Then we have innovations at cultural dimensions, which basically talks about the values which are inherent in innovation. And this is relevant for Islamic finance because as we will see, innovation relates to the meanings of products. And of course, when you talk about cultural things, religion is a part of culture. So religious values can also influence what type of innovations would take place. I just want to end the innovation introduction by referring to two quotations. So one is, of course, by Joseph Schumpeter, who talked about creative destruction in a dynamic economy. I think I have to hurry up a bit. And he basically says that innovation is what drives growth. And the last quote is, innovation is among the most powerful forces to shape human society. Now, when we look at innovation, we can think of what we call the soft values, which are basically the underlying ideologies, values, principles, and ideas. And these meanings and soft values actually determine what type of systems you will have in terms of natural, political, economic systems, what type of markets and sectors you'll have, what type of organizations you'll have, and what type of products and services you'll have. Now, there is a, innovation index which is developed by an international organization. I'm just going to show you the indicators of the innovation index. As we see the OIC average of the innovation index, they have 37 countries. It is only 23, which is much lower than the world average. And then I have here a few countries which, the Muslim countries which are listed in the OIC. The as you see, Indonesia is also under the world average, but the key point here is the OIC member countries. They have an average which is much lower than the world average. Here, the reason is that the innovation inputs in terms of research and development as an expenditure of GDP, OIC member countries, as you see, is much lower than the world average of 2.4%. It is invest only 0.4%. Similarly, we can see the number of researchers involved in research and development in OIC countries is only 744 per million compared to a world average of 1,500 plus people per million. The result is that the innovation outputs in terms of patent applications, the 50 countries of OIC, they have less patent applications than one country like UK. So I think one of the key problems when it comes to innovation is that there is a problem overall in the Muslim country that we are not very innovative, and this is seen by the results. Now, given this, if you move on to the second part of the lecture, the Islamic financial and economic system is governed by Sharia and fiqh, the Sharia being the Sharia text of Quran and Sunnah, and fiqh being the jurisprudence which the scholars derive from the Sharia texts. Actually, most of the Islamic finance economics is coming from fiqh, which is the interpretations of scholars about from the Sharia texts about different issues related to Islamic economics and finance. The overall purpose of Sharia is to realize maslaha or human welfare and preventing harm. Actually, some scholars say if you want to summarize Sharia in one sentence, it will be that Sharia is there to enhance welfare or maslaha and prevent harm. And Sharia has legal principles and ethical values to achieve this maslaha. The legal framework for Islamic finance is very simple. It is basically based on the principle of ibaha or permissibility, which says everything is permissible except what is prohibited. And the prohibitions are very few. There are certain products or sectors which are prohibited, into like pork and alcohol and gambling, for example. So if you exclude these sectors, we come with the halal economy. In transactions, we have prohibitions of riba and gharar. If you avoid riba and gharar, you are basically coming up with Islamic financial transactions. The ethical values comes from the maqasid of Sharia, and maqasid can be broadly at the human level. We can say maqasid relates to the protection of faith, or the religion, the self-life, intellect, posterity, and wealth, and also dignity. So if you look at economy from a maqasid perspective, it has to be humane and also inclusive. This all the maqasid should apply for all individuals in the economy. And then we also have maqasid by Ibn Ashur, who talks about maqasid related to the economy. And one of the maqsad or the goals of the economy is to come up with a just economy. Justice is an important part of maqasid. Yusuf al-Qardawi in his book actually mentions that the environment actually affects all the five maqasid of life, of religion, of intellect, posterity, and wealth. And as such, preservation of environment is also essential or becomes maqsad because it helps the preservation and enhancement of the remaining maqasid. And we also have this definition of a human Islamicus or the Khalifa, which is basically we are here as vicegerents of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we have the responsibility to protect and preserve the environment. So if you apply the Islamic values and principles, we should have a humane, inclusive, just, and sustainable economy. Now, how would an Islamic economy look like given these values and principles? It will depend on the interpretation of Sharia. And I think this is a very important point, which in some ways is the key point of my presentation. If we interpret Sharia narrowly as just legal compliance, focusing on the legal aspects of just avoiding the haram and also avoiding riba and gharar, then we will have one type of economy uh, that will be do legitimate business, then avoid riba and gharar and give zakah, and you come up with a particular type of economy. Then you can interpret Sharia in a broader sense, and where you talk about not only legal compliance but also the ethics of. Then you have to include the issues of not only earning legitimate profits, the legal part, but also incorporate maqasid and qawaids, the maxims of qawaid al-fiqh into decision making, which implies that you have to think of human related issues. You also have to see the impact of your production processes and financing on environment. So the environment affects all maqasid and hence must be preserved. And the key thing is then the economic agents become homo economicus, or you act as a khalifa, which means that you do not harm the people and the planet. So the key point here is that the interpretation of Sharia, or in terms of narrow interpretation and broad interpretation, will result in different types of economies. So the narrow interpretation implies marginal innovation, and comprehensive interpretation, or the broader interpretation, would include legal and ethical compliance, will lead to what we call radical innovation. Now, we have seen the left part of the table. What are the implications of the financial sector related to the sustainable development and the challenges which we face and will face in the future? And then on the right side, we see how Islamic finance can promote this. That means that if you look at Islamic values and principles, financing the planet, Maqasid al-Sharia, protecting the environment, is a part of Maqasid al-Sharia. Humans as vicegerents or khalifa will also help us achieving financing the SDGs, the planet-related one. When it comes to people, financial inclusion, again, Maqasid al-Sharia, the values we have in Maqasid, where wealth, when we say protection of wealth and enhancement of wealth, it is for all the individuals in the economy. So if we take that perspective, the Maqasid perspective, then financing the people-related SDGs will be a part of Islamic financial practice. Then, in terms of increasing debt and fragility, the Islamic finance alternative would be to use more asset and equity-based modes of financing. And so basically to move more towards like ijara-based structures, musharaka, mudara-based structures. The final point in terms of challenges is digital technologies and disruption. Actually, from a Sharia point of view, technologies are neutral. It depends how you use them. So we do not have too much in terms of the Sharia when it comes to the digital technologies. But if it promotes growth and development, it is something which should be used as a tool, and there's nothing wrong in it. Now, if you look at the Islamic values and principles, we see that only one of these, use of asset and equity-based modes of financing, relates to the legal. The other things are about ethics of the ethical issues related to Islamic teachings and worldview. So the key point here is that if you want to have Islamic sustainable finance, we cannot have it unless we bring in the broader understanding of Sharia, which is that we have to include ethics along with the legal framing of Islamic finance. And if we do not bring in the ethics, we will not be able to use Islamic finance to promote sustainable development goals. Now, I'll quickly go over. I know I'm aware that the time is short, so I will quickly go over the innovation in products If you have narrow interpretation, you'll just have Sharia compliant products. If you have broader interpretation, you'll have Sharia based products, which means that it will be products will be compliant with form and substance. There'll be radical innovation in terms of not only looking at halal, but also what we call tayyib issues. Tayyib issues are related to issues related to Maqasid al-Sharia. You look at the supply chain, also you look at supply chain before production, and you also look at the impact of production on people and environment. And this approach, the broader approach in terms of the products, will give us uh, then only Islamic finance will be able to contribute to sustainable economic system. So most of the current Islamic finance practice is marginal in innovation, unfortunately, focusing on narrow interpretation of Sharia. When it comes to organizational innovation, we don't see too much discussion on this. But if you look at the dominant sector in Islamic economics, it is Islamic finance, it is Islamic banking. And the Islamic banks are basically Western organizational structures, which has evolved over 400 years as debt-based financing instruments. And Islamic banks have taken this organizational structure without innovating the organizational structure and trying to do Islamic finance with using this organizational structure. A lot of problems we see in Islamic banks today in terms of focusing on debt financing and others is because we have adopted this organizational structure. And also one of the things of the banking model is that it is a what we call a profit-seeking, shareholders maximizing model, which also the Islamic banks have adopted. Now, this is a result of, again, narrow interpretation of Islamic finance. If you take the broader interpretation, we should actually come up with radical innovations in different types of organizational structures. We will have more non-bank financial institutions than banking institutions, which is dominant now. We will have a lot of social enterprises. Actually, there are some good examples of unique unique organizations. One of them is Baitul Mal Mutamwil, which is based in Indonesia, and we have others like Mudaraba companies in Pakistan, which are unique organizational structure, Tabung Haji in Malaysia, and now also in Indonesia. And of course, one of the key areas where we can come up with new organizational structures which reflects the values and principles of Islamic worldview would be fintechs, where I think we can come up with new organizational structures which can reflect these Islamic values and principles. So, to promote Islamic sustainable finance, Islamic financial system should have a large non-bank financial sector, which reflects the values and principles of Islamic worldview. I think I'll skip this given the time. Here is an example of radical innovation in Pakistan. Let me just very quickly go over it. It is a microfinance institution in Pakistan which gives financing on Qard Hasan basis. It doesn't charge any interest. And the interest-free loans are given. You just need two guarantors to give the loan. And most of the operational costs are covered by the charities. Most of the donations or most of the funding come from charities. Now, when this model is presented by the founder of this organization, Dr. Amjad, in different conferences, most people, even like places like World Bank, they say your model is not sustainable because you do not generate any revenues. And his answer is look at the numbers. And if you look at the numbers, the branches has increased over time. Disbursement has increased, tripled, more than tripled. In 2016, it was 33 billion rupees. It is 2022, it was 180 billion rupees. And if you're looking at the recovery rate, this is the interesting part. Recovery rate is 99.93%. On the average, it is almost 100%. And the number of families which have benefited is 5.5 million almost in 2022. So this is an example of an organizational radical innovation in organizations where you have Islamic values embedded in the organization. So my concluding remarks are people are in the heart of innovation and process. Actually, this is a quote from OECD document. They generate the ideas and knowledge and power that power the innovation. And then they apply this knowledge and the resulting technologies, products, and services in the workplace and through the society. So the key thing here is we have to think beyond financial capital when we think of Islamic finance, that Islamic finance actually provides the financial capital, but sustainable innovation requires more investment in humans itself. And this would come in different forms. Intellectual capital is the new knowledge which is deriving innovation. As we saw in the numbers, in most Muslim countries, the investment in research and development is very low. So we do not produce too much of new intellectual capital. Human capital, of course, comes from education, which is the knowledge and entrepreneurial skills which can be developed. And finally, we also need to develop the what we call the cultural capital, which are related to the behavioral and ethics driving beneficial innovation. So the cultural capital is where we are building what we call the Khalifa, which are Homo Islamicus who are embedded with Islamic ethics. My final slide is a couple of quotes from two pioneering entrepreneurs. One is Peter Diamandis, who is, among others, the founder of Singularity University. And he says that the best way to predict the future is to create it yourself. Then Edward de Bono, he's an author on creativity. He says, if you do not design the future, someone else will design it for you. Someone or something else will design it for you. So my final quote is that radical and transformative innovations are needed to shape our own desirable futures. Otherwise, others will shape our futures. And I think that's what is happening currently. Others are shaping our futures, so we're just following what others are doing. With that, I finish my presentation. Sorry to be rushing, but given the limited time, I think I just have covered it in half an hour. So I'm open for questions now.
Thank you, Prof. Ahmed, for your very interesting presentation. If I may conclude to all participation here, Dr. Ahmed has already discussed all about innovation and sustainability as a critical response to contemporary global challenges, characteristic by the VUCA environment, and this condition intensively existing issues such as widening wealth inequality, right? And also emerging challenges within the future financial sector, including technological disruption, and maybe all about regulatory pressures and inclusivity gaps. So innovation here, it could be defined not only as a technological advancement, if I'm not mistaken, but also as a development of a new processes, right? Institution and financial models that enhance efficiency and social impact. Yeah, and also Dr. Ahmed also has already discussed all about the fact in OIC countries compared to other countries, right? The progress of innovation, technological adoption, financial innovation. Yeah, so the gap underscores the need for targeted strategies to strengthen innovation ecosystem within the context of Islamic finance. Islamic finance emerged as a promising area for innovation, offering ethical risk sharing and sustainability oriented financial solution, and so on and so forth. So that's all about the conclusion that I may conclude to all the participants. So this is the session for you, all the participants, the session for Q&A. So we have about 20 to 30 minutes. So if I give you the time, directly ask the question, I will give you the time. And for those who want to write here in the text box, I will read. Okay, we have a question from Aris Novita Rahayu, Prof. Universitas Muhammadiyah Jakarta. What are the application of reserve engineering in Islamic banks when they use organizational formats of interest-bearing debt-based institution? How does this limit marginal innovation? And the second question, we have also...
Let me go one by one. It's better.
Yes, okay.
So I think the question is about reverse engineering.
Yes.
And how?
And in Islamic bank.
Yeah, reverse engineering is basically what you do is you look at, if it comes to products, you look at a conventional product, and then you basically restructure it as Islamic finance product by changing mainly the legal contracts, right? So the approach is you look at a conventional product and you make it Islamic. Compared to reverse engineering, what we call the innovative engineering or the radical innovation would be you look at the problems, you look at the needs of the people, and then you come up with a solution. So the approaches are very different. In reverse engineering, you're just copying from conventional. In innovative engineering or radical innovation, you look at the problems and you try to solve the problems and come up with products which can solve the problems. I think that now, in terms of organizational structure, we have, when we talk about Islamic banks, it is a reverse engineering. We just adopted the existing banking model, Western banking model, and then we wanted to do Islamic finance with it. You have liabilities as deposits. You use those deposits to finance mainly in conventional, it is debt. You pay interest on your deposits and then you get interest on financing. Both are debt based. Now, in Islamic banking, we have adopted the same model, and then we want to do Islamic finance, but we found that it's very difficult to do equity-based financing under a banking model. So what has happened is globally, most of the assets now are debt-based in Islamic finance, and also in a lot of countries, actually, a lot of deposits are now giving fixed returns using, contracts like tawarruk and commodity murabah. So this is an example that the banking model, we just adopted the Western organizational structure as reverse engineering. We adopted the main structure and then we changed some of the contracts which are using within this structure.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So actually, I have a question. Let's further talk about AI, Prof. So where is the AI position now in order to boost the Islamic finance market, let's say, or in which position that should be taken into priority?
Well, I think AI can have different applications. One of the key thing is if you think of the financial intermediation, one of the key problems is what we call the information friction, right? The information friction relates to the fact that the financial institutions, when they're making financing decisions, they do not have enough information on the clients, on the credit quality of the clients. Now, one of the ways in which AI can be introduced into the financial intermediation is you can use artificial intelligence to not only use the data, but they use the data in a way, and then you can process the information in ways so that you can assess, you can evaluate the credit quality of different people, which will help you in some ways. This can help you in financial inclusion, for example. So most of the micro and small enterprises are not funded currently, partly because they do not have enough information. So if you gather, for example, big data from different sources and try to use AI to analyze that data, you can come up with some matrices which you can use through AI to come up with financing decisions. So that is one area to mainly to reduce the information frictions which arise in financial intermediation. There can be other uses like robo advisory, for example, is one area where AI is used. You are using AI. Actually, it's one of the uses is that you are assessing the risk return preferences of different investors, and then using AI to come up with the appropriate portfolio which suits their risk return preferences, right? So depending on, then in insurance also you can use AI to assess the risk and of different people to come up with risk premium for different people. The key thing here would be AI is a tool where you give it input in terms of data information. It uses algorithm and then produces an output. So nowadays, most of this is done by us humans in terms of using our brain. The AI basically is replicating the human this analysis, what the brain does much more efficiently, can use more data, and as such can come up with decisions. But we have to be careful that AI also hallucinates. That means can give wrong results. So we have to be careful when we are using AI.
Interesting. So we have two last question, Prof, from Yusuf side. Thank you, Professor. As you mentioned in your presentation on the SDGs, my question here is: could the SDG could be achieved in 2030 by 2030, based on the UN summit held in 2015?
No, I think if you see the numbers which I showed you, I don't think
Yeah.
the numbers show that. I think this is the slide that most of them are in red, means major challenges or significant challenges remain. We only have, this is 2026, another 4 or 5 years. So if we did not achieve it in the last 10 years, at least some of them should have been either green or the light yellow or amber color. So I think we still have a long way to go. And I personally feel that now it also depends. I mean, these are global figures. Some countries will achieve some of the SDGs, not the others, right? And then the more advanced countries probably will achieve more SDGs than the relatively developing or the emerging economies. So you'll have a mix of different countries, but globally, if you look at this slide, I don't think we will be able to achieve the SDGs given the trend, and also given the huge resources which are needed. As I mentioned, the current deficit, projected deficits annually is $4 trillion. So if you're not making those investments, I think it will be difficult to achieve the SDGs by 2030.
So the another question, I think this is the last question from Hamid Hassan. Islamic financial and banking system is part of the full economic system of a country. How a subsystem can be Sharia based when the whole economic system is not Sharia based? Thank you, Prof.
I think this is a good question. Actually, when Islamic banking and finance was discussed by the pioneers in the 1970s, the Islamic economists, they discussed it as a part of Islamic economic system. And the discussion started with Islamic economic systems because during the 1970s, as you know, they had two major systems, the capitalist system and the socialist system. And the Islamic economists, they argued that there is a third system which can, in some ways, mitigate the problems of both systems. And within that Islamic economic system, they talked about Islamic finance and then Islamic banking as a tool which can be used to achieve the objectives of an Islamic economic system, which would be to come up with a balanced and human, as I mentioned, humane and equitable growth. Now, the question, to answer your question, there are a few countries where there have been taken some initiatives. For example, if you look at Indonesia itself, you have, I think, an organization, what is it called? KNEKS, which is responsible to come up with plans for Islamic economic system, the halal economy, and also the Islamic finance, among others. You have also, for example, Malaysia currently under the current Prime Minister, They have come up with a Madani project. Yeah, I think it is very much influenced by the Islamic values and principles to have an equitable and environmental friendly economy, for example. And Islamic finance is discussed within that framework. But having said that, I think, as I mentioned in my lecture, to come up with an Islamic economy system, we really have to not only focus on only the legal requirements, but of the ethics of it. Even if you look at an Islamic economy, but if you focus on just the legal requirements, you will not actually be able to come up with sustainable development. I'm saying this because if you think of how we define Islamic economy from a legal perspective, it is very straightforward. You avoid the prohibited sectors, which are very few, gambling and pork and the alcohol, for example. And you avoid riba and gharar in transactions, and you pay your zakah, and that's your Islamic economy. But if you have an Islamic economy which is just legally focused, it's not talking about sustainable development because that's not discussed under the legal, framework. To to have an Islamic economy which can be sustainable, bring sustainable development, we have to bring in the ethics of maqasid. We have to bring the ethics which we find in different in Qawaid al-Fiqh, the legal maxims. So yes, I think what you're saying is that we should discuss Islamic finance within an Islamic economic framework, but in both we have to bring in the discussion of the ethical framework along with the legal requirements.
Thank you, Prof. Habib Ahmed. Thank you so much for your feedback and also comment to all the questions. So I think this is the end for the panel session. Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Ahmed, Habib Ahmed, for your presentation, for your insightful presentation, and also key aspect here in terms of innovation in sustainable development. So we are from Department of Economics. Thank you so much for your participation, Prof. Ahmed. And for the participant, we have another session after this. Yeah. Stay.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank everybody for attending the lecture and all the best wishes for your remaining lectures.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So this is the end of the session. So before I hand over to the master moderator, thank you for all the attendance here in the panel session. Keep waiting here in the Zoom. There will be a very important announcement for the master of ceremony. I hand over to master of ceremony. The time is yours.
Thank you for Dr. Dia Setiawati Dewanti, Professor Dr. Habib Ahmed, and our moderator, Mr. Eki Imamul Mutakin, for the excellent and wonderful discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the panel session. All presenters and participants are kindly requested to join their respective breakout rooms. Please revert to the committee should you require any assistance. Thank you.
Mbak Rizky, apa bisa dimulai ini, Mbak?
effective approach, governance model is no longer optional. It requires a comprehensive institutional transformation that integrates disaster risk management into the core of community-based tourism by the strengthening local institutions to
Close, we would like to floor the Q&A session.
Oke. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Content such as videos and FAQ can improve insurance literacy. Second, better understanding reduce uncertainty and strengthen confidence in insurance. The third
relationship to the short-run yield, right?
I'm sorry, Miss, I can't hear
Okay,
your.
your finding, this is about the CDS, has influenced strong relationship to the short-run bond yield. Then my question is, how this finding could be solved the problem of our environmental, let's say, degradation, for forestry degradation, and other problems of
or PBS and government agencies.
Saya yang ngasih tahu aja tapi mah. Apa?
Misal kamu nggak ada info berarti kita berenang.
Ya oke lah.
Nah, iya.
Bye, Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Oh, the charity, yeah. The charity have the two method. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Yuli. The charity have a two application to apps to olah data and to make to VoiceOver and Air Studio.
Okay, thank you. Then, is it enough? No more questions?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Next presenter, Mr. Zuhairan. Please, operator, to start the presentation by Mr. Zuhairan, Dr. Zuhairan. Okay, the topic is about the exploration.
Assalamualaikum.
This is about the exploring the impact of transfer fund cuts in regional economic development. A concept.
No. How digital payment reduce corruption?
Oh, see, exploration how digital payment reduce corruption
Yes.
and support the achievement of the sustainable development goals in Asia. Okay.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. In this opportunity, I would like to present our paper entitled How Digital Payments Reduce Corruption and Support the Achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in Asia. I am Zuhairan Yunan. On behalf of my colleagues, Amiruddin, Muhammad Lutfi, and Majid Al-Harti. So this is paper collaboration between Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta, Indonesia, and King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. So I divided my presentation into 6 sections, highlight to conclusion part. So let me start with the key results. So the first finding is that digital payment adoption is positively associated with SDG achievement, even after we control for country characteristics and macroeconomic conditions. Countries where digital payments become more widespread tend to show stronger progress on the SDG index. This is consistent with the idea that payment digitization move efficiency in everyday transactions, reduce costs for firms and households, and strengthens the infrastructure needed for inclusive growth. The second finding is that corruption remains a clear barrier. Higher level of perceived corruption are associated with weaker SDG performance. This pattern fits well with classic mechanism where corruption can distort public investment priorities, inflate procurement costs, reduce service delivery quality, and ultimately weaken the impact of development spending. In practical terms, corruption reduces the value for money of policies aimed at health, education, and infrastructure, where these are core elements of the SDGs. The most important contribution of our paper lies in the third result. We find that statistically significant interaction between digital payments and corruption. The interaction term is positive, which means the negative effect of corruption on SDG achievement becomes smaller as digital payment adoption increases. Put differently, digital payments do not eliminate corruption, but they can reduce the damage it causes by narrowing the space for opaque cash-based transaction and increasing the likelihood of detection through records and audits. So finally, to ensure this pattern is not driven by a single corruption measure, we replicate the analysis using an alternative proxy control of corruption, and the conclusion remain consistent. To understand why digital payments might influence SDG performance, it helps to think about how development programs and private economic activity actually operate in practice. Many SDG-related interventions involve financial flows, social assistance payment, wage for teacher and health workers, procurement for public infrastructure, and transfer to household or businesses. when this flow rely heavily on cash, the system often becomes vulnerable to leakage, delay, and discretionary handling by intermediaries. Digital payments can change that environment because they create an electronic trail. Every transaction leaves a timestamp and verifiable record of who paid whom and when. Then that traceability increases transparency and raises the expected cost of diversion because suspicious patterns are easier to detect and reconcile. So, for example, digitizing government transfer can reduce opportunities for ghost beneficiaries or informal fees demanded by local agents. Similarly, digitizing payrolls and vendor payments can make it harder to inflate invoices or introduce fake workers. At the same time, there is also a broader inclusion channel. Digital payments can expand access to formal financial services by lowering entry barriers, making it easier for households to receive remittance, pay bills, and store value safely. The key point is that the digital payments work best when complemented by institutional capacity, interoperability, cybersecurity, consumer protection, and effective auditing are essential. Without these complements, digitization may only shift corruption into different forms. With them, it becomes a powerful lever for both efficiency and accountability. So this study is situated in a broader regional transformation. Over the last decade, many Asian countries have experienced rapid growth in digital finance. Mobile wallets, QR payments, and real-time transfer systems have expanded quickly, driven by smartphone diffusion, fintech innovation, and government initiative encouraging cashless ecosystem. At the same time, Asia remains highly diverse in terms of institutional quality. Some countries have strong oversight and relatively low corruption, while others continue to face persistent governance challenges that undermine public trust and weaken policy effectiveness. So the SDGs make this tension highly visible because they represent multidimensional development. Achieving progress in education, health, infrastructure, and environmental sustainability depends not only on the size of public budget or private investment, but also on whether institutions are able to allocate resources efficiently and deliver programs without leakage. In other words, development is partly a question of state capacity and governance quality. So how digital payment can affect SDGs? So we begin with digital payment adoption, where greater use of electronic transfer, mobile payment, and cashless merchant transaction. So from this starting point, there are two broad pathways through which digital payment can affect SDG achievement. First pathway is direct and economic. Digital payments reduce transaction frictions. They lower the cost and time required to transfer money, which can increase productivity and facilitate market participation. Household benefit through cheaper remittance, easier bill payment, and safe storage of funds. Small firms benefit through faster settlement, better cash flow management, and a clear transaction history that may improve access to credit. These improvements can support SDGs related to poverty reduction, decent work, innovation, and reduce inequality. The second pathway is institutional. Digital payments make financial flows more visible and traceable. When transfer subsidies or procurement payment occur through electronic system, it becomes harder to hide diversion and easier for oversight institutions to detect irregularities. This can reduce leakage in public spending and strengthen the effectiveness of SDG-related programs. Corruption enters the framework at both a direct obstacle and a conditioning factor. If corruption distorts allocation and reduce service delivery, SDG performance will suffer. But if digital payment increase traceability, they might restrict certain corruption channels, meaning that corruption becomes less damaging when payment digitization is high. Given that framework, our study has three specific aims. First, we test whether digital payment adoption is associated with higher SDG achievement in Asian countries. Second, we test whether corruption is associated with lower SDG achievement. Third, and most importantly, we examine whether digital payments moderate the corruption development relationship, meaning whether digitization can reduce the damage corruption imposes on SDG progress. So this yields three hypotheses. We expect positive effect of digital payments on SDG performance. We expect a negative effect of corruption on SDG performance, and we expect a positive interaction term implying that the negative effect of corruption becomes weaker when digital payment adoption is higher. Our contribution follow from these aims. Conceptually, we bridge digital payments and governance in the SDG context rather than treating technology and institution as separate drivers. We model them jointly and explicitly test complementary and empirically we focus on Asia, which offer an ideal laboratory because the region combines rapid fintech diffusion with wide variation in institutional quality. Methodologically, we use a dynamic panel GMM approach to handle persistence in SDG score and to address endogeneity, including reverse causality between development and technology adoption. And finally, our study speaks directly to policy. If digital payment reduces corruption marginal harms, then investment in interoperable payment infrastructure and digitization of public transfer can be part of a practical SDG strategy, especially where governance remains imperfect. To test our hypothesis, we compile an annual panel data set covering 43 Asian countries from 2012 to 2023. This time span captured a period in which digital payment expanded rapidly across the region, while governance conditions remain heterogeneous. And our dependent variable is a national SDG achievement score that summarizes a country's overall progress across the SDG dimension in comparable index. So the main explanatory variable is digital payment adoption. Conceptually, digital payment reflects the extent to which electronic payment instruments are used in everyday economic life through bank transfer, mobile payments, card, or other cashless channels. So the key governance variable is corruption, measured using a widely used cross-country perception-based indicator. Because governance measurement is always a concern, we later validate the result with an alternative proxy control of corruption which capture a similar underlying concept through different measurement framework. We also include standard factor of control variables. This control capture economic capacity and structural conditions that can shape SDG outcome and the diffusion of digital payments such as income level, macro stability, openness, and demographic pressures. To reduce omitted variable bias further, we use country fixed effect to account for time invariant characteristics like geography or deep institutional legacy and year effect to absorb common global or regional shock. So finally, the model includes the interaction term between digital payment and corruption. This is the key empirical evidence of device that allow us to test whether digital payments actually change the relationship between corruption and SDG performance. So this is the model of our regression estimation. So this is the result and the discussion section. In our preferred dynamic panel GMM specification, the lag SDG score is positive and highly significant, confirming that SDG performance is strongly persistent. This supports the idea that development outcomes build gradually, and it validates the need for a dynamic framework. Digital payment adoption enters with a positive, statistically significant coefficient. Even after controlling for country characteristic time shock and economic covariates, higher digital payment is associated with higher SDG achievement. This is consistent with both the direct efficiency channel and the broader inclusion channel, where digitization can reduce transaction costs and widen access to financial services supporting SDG progress. Corruption, on the other hand, enters with a negative and significant coefficient. This indicates that higher corruption is associated with lower SDG performance, aligning with the view that corruption weakens service delivery and undermines the impact of the development spending through leakage and misallocation. The most important result is that the interaction between digital payments and corruption. The interaction term is positive and significant, meaning that the negative association between corruption and SDG achievement becomes weaker when digital payment adoption is higher. Put simply here, where more transactions are digitized and recorded, corruption has less capacity to translate into poor SDG outcomes, likely because certain leakage channels become harder to conceal and easier to audit. We also check the usual GMM diagnostics here, and they support the credibility of the instrument set and the absence of problematic second-order serial correlation. Taken together, these results provide empirical support for the complementary argument where digital payments can raise SDG performance and simultaneously reduce how strongly corruption undermines progress. Because corruption is difficult to measure, robustness is essential. Governance indicators are often perception-based and can reflect media attention, political events, or methodological differences across indexes. To ensure our findings are not depend on a single corruption proxy, we conduct a robustness check by replacing the baseline corruption measure with an alternative indicator, which is control of corruption. We keep the empirical design unchanged, and the result remain consistent. Digital payment adoption continues to show a positive association with SDG achievement. The governance variable maintains the expected adverse relationship with SDG performance, given the coding used in our paper. Most importantly, the interaction between digital payments and corruption remains positive and statistically significant. This indicates that the moderation effect is not an artifact of one measurement choice, but a more stable pattern in data. So, last is the conclusion. What do these findings imply for policy? The first implication is that digital payments should be seen as a part of development infrastructure, not merely as a convenience for consumer or a fintech innovation. If payment digitization is associated with higher SDG performance and reduced corruption's marginal damage, then building inclusive and interoperable digital rails become a strategic priority. The second implication is to redesign public programs to exploit traceability, high leakage area, cash transfer, subsidies, payrolls, and procurement payment should be prioritized for digitizations. But digitizing payments alone is not enough. Reconciliation and monitoring must be built into program design. Grievance mechanism, transparent reporting, and clear audit trails improve accountability and trust and public trust. The third, governance capacity must evolve alongside digitization. Audit institution and procurement agency need analytical tools, access protocols, and mandates to use transaction data for anomaly detection and investigation. Data governance is equally important because privacy and secure storage influence trust in digital system. And finally, policymaker must manage digitization risk, cybersecurity, fraud prevention, consumer protection, and digital literacy program are essential to prevent exclusion and maintain confidence. The overall message here is digital payment works best where paired with institutions that can monitor, audit, and enforce. Digitization can improve both efficiency and integrity in SDG delivery. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Zuhairan. That's very enlightened presentation. However, this is more than our time management for a presentation. Should be 10 minutes, okay? Okay, Dr. Zuhairan, is there any question for Dr. Zuhairan? No. Okay. As I learn your paper, many conditions to follow this model, right? Okay, but that's very something for your model. That's, I mean, how you promote this model to against corruption in vulnerable, less transparent, manipulated system like in Konoha country today. Because this is a very useful model actually, but you have to promote it. Now my question is how to promote this model to against corruption in vulnerable, less transparent, and manipulated system like in Konoha country.
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Bu Yuli. I answered the first statement, your statement regarding my presentation because I just received the announcement regarding paper acceptance. I think 2 days before the conference. So I don't know. I didn't receive the email. So that's why the presentation may be quite long. I think 15 or
Okay.
16 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. Just sorry for that. And so answer your question for this model, actually, uh, yes, this is a cross-country analysis because in corruption itself, there is no specific definition regarding corruption because corruption itself, it depends on based on Oscar Kurer in 2005. He stated that corruption, the definition of corruption is based on where the corruption itself happened. So, given that this paper use corruption perception index, so this is very subjective actually. It depends on the business people see the relation between them with our government. So that's why there is an index. So if this model can convince our government, we, we we have to promote how digital payment is very important currently, especially if you see in developed country, especially last time I studied in Australia, there is no cash payment anymore. All people in Australia use mobile phone or card or non-cashless payment. So easy to detect, easy to trace, easy to know how they can how their transaction in terms of economic activity. So that's why in this part, just promote the digital payment system in our country actually. This I think it is much better to that one.
Much better, but this is easy to manipulate in Konoha countries, right?
Yeah, it is still possible to manipulate, but I think less, as I mentioned in our paper, that not to what is it to diminish corruption, but to eliminate the impact of corruption in the economic activity.
That is why you follow several rules for your model, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
We have to audit and have an audit A, audit B, audit C, and then follows another regulation. Okay, thank you very much
Thank you.
for your presentation. So we next to jump to the next presenter. I note here Dr. Hariman. Hariman.
Yeah.
You are here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Hariman, your video will be on by our
I don't use video. Maybe
video. Okay, your
present
presentation
directly. Yes.
Okay, live presentation. Time is yours.
Yeah. Thank you. First, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm honored to present my paper here. Now I want to present my paper slides. I'm Hariman. I'm student of doctoral in Management Science Universitas Terbuka, together with Lesta Carolina Sembayang, PhD student from Economics and Business Universitas Gadjah Mada. My paper entitled title Exploring the Impact of Transfer Fund Cuts on Regional Economics, a Conceptual Model Simulation and the Role of Fiscal Management. Background. As we know, in year 2025, our finance ministers has published a new policy in fiscal transfer cuts. Yeah, many province governments and regions government in Indonesia, they get more 20% cuts in their transfer funds. This is the background of my papers. And the key issues is how do transfer cut affect regional economic developments. According to our macroeconomics models, that economics development or economics growth is influenced by consumptions, investments, government expenditures, and net exports. Exports minus imports. Research problems, transfer reductions may weaken local fiscal capacity. Why? Because many local governments, regency, municipality, and province, they depend on much their budget on fiscal transfer from central governments. And second, constraint public service delivery is because most of budget in local governments, their revenue is coming from central government's transfers, and more than maybe 80%, 80%. Then their local resource, original local resource revenue is not more than 10%. And the problem may slow down regional economics, and how for regional fiscal responsibility significantly. And if we look at extreme studies focus on transfer size and fiscal dependence, limited attention to fiscal management capacity as a transmission mechanism. This is I want to elaborate and how to manage fiscal transfer from local government to make their economic growth maybe uh, s- uh, growth higher or maybe stagnant maybe. Research gap. Prior literature emphasis a transfer to expenditure relationship, and as we know that is a concept flypaper effects, and they examine vertical fiscal imbalance between central and local governments, and gap in the divide. Lack of integrated model explain how fiscal management condition the impact of transfer cuts, and the studies address the gap by embedding fiscal management capacity into analytical frameworks. My objective research, the study aims to examine the impact of transfer fund cuts on regional economic development, analyze the role of fiscal management in shaping regional responses, and simulate alternative fiscal scenario under different transfer cuts magnitudes, and provide policy relevant insights for decentralized fiscal system. This is my diagram of conceptual model. Reduction in transfer funds represented by X1 will affect locally generated revenue, or we know as a PAD Indonesia, represented by variable X2. It affects fiscal resilience, OI1s, and then affect economic developments Y2. And from other perspective, I address fiscal management's X3 affect directly or directly affects economic development Y2. In this paper, I use three perspective here, three analysis. First, conceptual analysis. Second, by using path analysis. Sorry. Yeah. Simulation, second simulation, and the third is path analysis. Path analysis model. There is two structural equations. First, in my papers, I submit to the conference committee. I use three equations: PAD, or locally generated revenue, or PAD, that is affected by transfer cuts, and the second, uh, transfer cuts plus fiscal managements that is affect economic developments. There is two purposes: to capture direct effect and to indirect effects. Fiscal management is mediating variables I used in these models. Yeah. This is a theory I use in my paper, Fiscal Decentralization Theory, Vertical Fiscal Imbalance, flying paper effects, Fiscal Resilience Frameworks. These theories explains why region depend on transfer and why fiscal shocks have asymmetric regional effects. Methodology overview, as I explained before, there is three approach. First, conceptual, scenarios or simulations, and the third is path analysis. But in this paper, I don't use data because, as we know, that the transfer cuts policy that is happened in 2026, 2026, so that we have no data, and I cannot because time is very finite to join this conference. So I just use this analysis. Simulation designs, there is three fiscal scenarios. First, almost optimistic scenarios. Transfer cuts 10%, that is make strong PID growth, and government at local level, the regency or province, they will control their expenditures efficiently and effectively to give a best public service to our society. And moderate scenario, transfer cuts 15%. That is, they should make partial fiscal adjustment. And pessimistic scenario, transfer cuts is 20% or more than certain. This make weak PAD capacity, and that make high fiscal rigidity. Expert finding and simulation result. Region with strong fiscal management, they will take some steps. First, they maintain growth despite transfer cuts. And the second, they reduce dependency on central transfers. And for a region with weak fiscal capacity, they experience hyper economic contraction. And the second phase declining public service quality because of high transfer cuts quantity. The contribution to my paper first. The study contributes by integrating fiscal management into transfer growth analysis. Second, combining simulation and path analysis in an integrative model. And the third, providing a practical framework for evaluating transfer card policy in developing countries. And key insights in this slide. First, transfer cuts do not automatically lead to economic declines. It is depend on fiscal management quality taken by local governments, how they manage their budget uh, to make economics growth in their regions. PAD optimization and expenditure efficiency are critical adjustment tools, and FPI implies negative impact in fiscally weak region policy implication. First, strengthening regional fiscal management is essential. Second, transfer reform must be accompanied by local revenue capacity building. Second, fiscal discipline incentive. And that is our notes in national level of policy in transfer. One size fits all transfer cut risk widening regional disparities. Limitation and future research. Limitation, conceptual and simulation based. Limited long-term panel data for future research. Empirical testing with panel data set. Inclusion of service delivery and equality indicators. And it need cross-country comparative analysis. Conclusions. Transfer fund cuts significantly affect regional economies. The impact is conditional, not uniform. It is up to financial management capacity of local governments. And policy focus should shift from transfer side to fiscal management capability strengthening. Yeah, this is my paper, my presentations. Maybe there are many weakness.
Okay.
I need some input, some advices from many colleagues join this conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah.
much, Pak Hariman. Okay, Mr. Hariman, there is no question here in the box in the chat box. However, I have got one question for you, or maybe two or three.
Yeah.
First question would be how effective are simulation-based model in assessing the economic impact of transfer fund cuts in the absence of empirical data in your case?
Yes. Yes, I know that is the weakness of my papers. I know that, and I try to, as we know, gross domestic products in per capita in 2025 today is not published by BPS, yeah, our Statistic Bureau, National Statistical Bureau, and in GDP in 2026, as you know, it is ongoing. So we use we can use maybe projection data. We can make trend data from maybe from last 5 years, maybe into to make this model maybe uh, uh, maybe or right or wrong, yes, to test this model.
Okay.
So that this is just maybe conceptual, maybe just on conceptual.
Okay. Now, because I also couldn't find in your paper just now, in your slides just now. So I would like to ask you which components of regional expenditure are most sensitive to reduction in transfer funds according to the conceptual model.
Yes. The effect of transfer fund cuts that is make especially in public expenditure delivery is will reduce, yeah, will be diminished in local budgets, yeah, including capital expenditures, because uh, if special allocation grants, as we know, in DAC, ya, dana alokasi khusus, ya, that is the impact of these transfer cuts, ya, so that we cannot find in local government today, yeah, they just use the operational, yes, in daily routine operational budget, yeah, but for a development budget, it is very, very difficult for local government today to spur our economic drive in local and province levels.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hariman.
Yeah.
We would like to jump to another presenter. Here
Thank you.
we have, wait, forgot here. We have Wahyu, Mr. Wahyu Hidayat.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Could you please the video from, you will deliver using video or live?
Committee, please.
Bisa masuk sini.
Okay, video.
Bukan ini supaya bisa masuk.
My operator would be
supaya bisa masuk ini. Anggaran harus bisa masuk. Halo.
Okay, this is the video of from
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Wahyu Hidayat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu Rasulullah Muhammad ibn Abdullah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. Respected members of the Iconeds 2026 committee, my name is Wahyu Hidayat. I am a doctoral student in Islamic economics at Ibnu Khaldun University, Bogor, Indonesia. I will present my research finding on the topic identification and analysis of measurement of the level of health and welfare of Sharia cooperative. First, let me highlight my presentation. This study developed an integrated performance measurement model for Islamic cooperative that combines cooperative health indicator based on Ministerial Regulation number 35, 2007 and Ministerial Regulation number 8, 2023 with a welfare function. Based on Maqasid Sharia, the principle of Islamic law, the study fills a research gap caused by the dominance of partial approach between financial assessment and social welfare measurement. A mixed method descriptive exploratory approach was used involving 102 stakeholders from Islamic cooperative. The result indicates that Islamic cooperative are in the healthy category, but the quality of productive assets still requires strengthening risk management. The theta value or welfare function, which is above the midpoint of the Likert scale, confirm the existence of social legitimacy and the internalization of moral and ethical values in Islamic cooperative practice. This model is relevant as an instrument for evaluating the performance of Islamic cooperative that adapt to regulation and sustainable development goals. For introduction, when viewed from an Islamic perspective, business is seen as a tool to generate benefit for mankind, both in this world and in the hereafter, not just to make material gain. Such goals are in line with Maqasid Sharia, which includes the protection of religion, Hifz al-Din, Hifz al-Nafs, things like Hifz al-Aql, heredity, Hifz al-Nasl, and property, Hifz al-Mal, which serve as the basic for Islamic economic activity. This paradigm is very different from conventional business methods that focus on increasing shareholder value. Sharia cooperative have a strategic position in Islamic economic institutions because they function as financial institutions and as tools for the economic and social empowerment of the community. Various studies showed that sharing cooperative improve the welfare of members, strengthen the economy of the people, and expand financial inclusion based on the principle of justice and togetherness. Recent research showed that Marco Sharia is an important evaluation tool for assessing the performance of Sharia cooperative. Empirically, Sharia cooperative been shown increase the prosperity of members through the provision of productive financing and social fund management. In addition, law number 4 of 2023 improves laws that ensure that Sharia cooperative are an important part of the national economy. Based on the research gap, the study offers an integrated model of Sharia cooperative performance measurement by combining cooperative health indicator based on regulation with the measurement of social benefit value using welfare function or theta based on Maqasid Sharia. The study is expected to provide of more in the picture of the performance of Sharia cooperative from financial and social spiritual aspect. And for aim and contribution, the study aims to develop an integrated performance measurement model for Sharia cooperative by combining regulation-based cooperative health indicator, Ferment Corp number 35, 2007, and Ferment Corp number 8, 2023, with a Maqasid Sharia-based social well-being function. By addressing the limitation of field studies that assess financial performance and social benefit separately, this research provides a holistic framework from evaluation the sustainability of Sharia cooperative. Using a mixed method, descriptive explanatory approach involving key stakeholders, the study empirically demonstrates that sustainable contribution of this research lie in operationalizing Maqasid Sharia as measurable institutional performance tool, offering both theoretical advancement in Islamic economic and practical implementation for cooperative manager and policy makers. Data and method. The study employs mixed method descriptive explanatory design to assess the financial health and social well-being of Sharia cooperative by integrating regulation-based performance indicators, Ferment Corp number 35, 2007, and Ferment Corp number 8, 2023, with a Maqasid Sharia-based well-being function. Primary data were collected through structured questionnaires administered to 102 purposefully selected stakeholders, complemented by regulatory and institutional document. Cooperative health was evaluated using standardized scoring and weighting procedures, indicating an overall healthy performance, with productive asset quality remaining the primary risk concern. The well-being construct was measured using a Likert scale instrument and ethically validated demonstration, strong internal consistency, and construct validity confirmed through item correlation and explanatory factor analysis. The observed mean theta score 3.84 until 3.92 exceed the scale midpoint, providing empirical evidence that financially performance is aligned with a stakeholder's moral, ethical, and social perception, thereby supporting the robustness of the proposed integrated performance measurement framework. Result and discussion. The result of the study confirmed that Maqasid Sharia can function as an instrument for evaluating institutional performance, not merely as a normative framework. The integration of cooperative health indicator and the well-being function value indicates that the sustainability of Islamic cooperative is largely determined by the alignment of financial performance and social legitimacy. Therefore, the success of Islamic financial institution is not solely measured by profitability, but must also reflect social justice and the protection of human welfare, Hifzul Nafs. This finding support a more comprehensive market-based performance measurement approach compared to conventional financial method. From a policy perspective, this integrative model is relevant for regulators and cooperative managers in designing assessment system and KPIs that incorporate non-financial indicators based on Islamic value and align with the sustainability agenda and the SDGs. However, the quality of productive asset remains a major challenge. Without adequate financing risk management, the sustainability of state cooperative is potentially thin. Overall, the study provides theoretical and practical contribution to the development of a sustainability evaluation framework for Islamic financial institution that is oriented toward long-term welfare and sustainability. For conclusion, the study concludes that in order to measure the sustainable performance of Sharia cooperative, financial health indicator and social welfare dimension based on the Sharia should be integrated. The integrated measurement model offered is able to provide more complete picture of the performance of Sharia cooperative and is relevant to regulatory change. This research show how important it is for cooperative managers and policymakers to implement performance appraisal system that focus on sustainable social benefit and well-being. Enough. This concludes my presentation. I hope it's helpful. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Mr. Wahyu Hidayat, your paper will be, sorry, is there any question for this paper? If no, okay, I would like to ask you, since you propose a mixed method descriptive analysis, yeah, you
Yes.
use how many data you use?
102 stakeholders.
100 stakeholders. From which area? Bogor?
Tangerang, Tangerang in Banten.
Okay, now my question is, how does the proposed Maqasid-based health and welfare index differ conceptually from a conventional cooperative performance indicator? Okay, you use that's the approach is Maqasid, right? So your 5 variables index maybe. Now my question is, how does the proposed Maqasid-based health and welfare index differ conceptually from conventional cooperative performance indicator?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am, for your answer. In regulation, yeah, Ministry of Cooperative, yeah, 2007 and 23, with 8 KPI and 9 KPI, very complex, ya, with profitability and others. So is I mean is very conventional. It's materialistic, and with well-being model, yeah, with 5 KPI is more simply, yeah, with inject ethical, moral, and public opinion, yeah, make values is more perfect, yeah, health and cooperative performance, maybe.
Which one is more perfect? Islamic index or the conventional one?
And from this indicator, so we will convert monetization. How about the value of the production of oxygen from this program? So in the unit analysis depend on the kinds of program. Okay, it is the answers of about this question.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof.
Yes.
Okay,
The
due to time
the second
limitation.
question, what is it?
The indicator, Prof. How you ensure that this is a success program based on
Okay.
SROI?
Yes, yeah. So the indicator it is succeed or not. It is depend on the total value from this program. Ya. Pakai bahasa Inggris aja ya Pak ya.
It's
Ya.
okay, Prof.
Jadi misalnya ada program CSR ya, katakanlah misalnya CSR-nya Untas Muhammadiyah Jakarta ya untuk pemberdayaan masyarakat di sekitar kampus, katakanlah memberikan dana 1 miliar misalnya ya. Itu untuk apa saja? Misalnya untuk penghijauan, kemudian untuk bimbingan belajar anak-anak sekitar kampus. Terus kemudian untuk menyediakan tempat pembuangan sampah TPA misalnya. Nah, dari situ maka kita bisa mengukur ya, katakanlah misalnya tadi yang bimbingan belajar tadi, program bimbingan belajar gratis. Maka diukur nanti hasil dari program itu kaitannya misalnya kalau bimbingan belajar kaitannya dengan apa? Dengan NEM misalnya. NEM-nya ada kenaikan enggak dari peserta itu. Nah, dari situ nanti kita bisa mengkonversi dalam bentuk monetisasi. Kalau bimbingan belajar berarti ini kaitannya dengan biaya bimbingan belajar. Kita perlu tanya kalau di Jogja ada bimbingan belajar kayak netron, kemudian gamma eksakta itu berapa biayanya. Ya, dari situ maka kita bisa membandingkan, bisa mengkonversi, memonetisasi aktivitas yang sifatnya kualitatif menjadi kuantitatif. Nah, setelah itu kemudian ditotal. Terus dihitung nilai present value-nya. Maka tadi ketemu ya, nilainya itu 1,31. Itu kalau di atas 1 berarti program itu dikatakan berhasil. Tapi sebenarnya nilai 1,31 itu relatif sangat moderat ya. Biasanya yang sukses itu bisa sampai di atas 2, 3, dan sebagainya. Jadi kesimpulannya seperti itu. Jadi kita memonetisasi dampak dari sebuah program terhadap kehidupan dilihat dari aspek ekonomi, sosial, dan lingkungan. Makanya disebut dengan SROI, Sustainable Output
Sosial.
Sosial ya, sustainability.
Social return on investment.
Social return on investment.
Ya, gitu.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
That's very
Ya,
interesting
thank you.
to
Mohon
discuss.
pamit ya, Bu Yuli.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For everyone, I'm so apologize because the time limitation, we have to end today and right now. Especially, there's still 2 papers will present by Mr. Ridwan. However, the papers, I mean the
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the closing ceremony of the third Iconeds 2026. First, we will have the closing remarks delivered by Dr. Dimas Bagus Wiranata Kusuma, is a MHA PhD, chairperson of the third Iconeds 2026. To Dr. Dimas Bagus Wiranata Kusuma, the virtual stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wala haula wala quwata illa billah. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected participants, presenters, and committee members of the Iconet 2026. First of all, let me thanks to Allah SWT who has given us mercy and blessing today, so we can still be on the conference since the morning until afternoon. Second one, and salam may Allah deliver to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has given us from the darkness to the lightness right now. And third one, I would like to specifically congratulate to the committee members and moderators, participants, presenters who have committed for joining this conference since the morning until the end. Dear participants, presenters, and all audience, since the morning we have already attended the sessions from some prominent speakers around the world, from US, from UK, from Canada, from Indonesia, from the governments. So all of them actually are discussing on the issue on resiliency, sustainability, stability, and also risk management, with the many broadened aspect, in terms of Islamic finance, for example, disaster management, SDGs, and also others. So if you look at the sessions in the morning, actually this conference actually would like to strengthen the idea of how we can link and match between the existing condition towards sustainability goals. Yeah, if we can line up, from the beginning, that the speaker stress how we could be able to integrate between all the sectors that we are facing now by the concept of the al-mizan or wasotia. Yeah, and the next speakers concentrated the idea on how we can deal with the FUCA condition, vulnerability, uncertainty, and right now becomes tuna, as the second speakers from the central banks. And the third speakers, Prof. Kabir Hassan, stressed the idea on how Islamic finance come up with the idea of the sustainability, how Islamic finance here can be the way in order to accelerate the SDGs that we are going on until the next 5 years. And the fourth speakers, if we listen to her, like to stress the idea on disaster management that currently become very important issues, given that our situation here become very frequent, in terms of the disaster, natural disasters, and also turbulence. And the fifth speakers just now looking at the how the Islamic finance here can be the solution to further strengthen the idea of SDGs, so that by those five speakers we can summarize actually that the sustainability here is the long-term process, the long-term journey, and it can be attained and maintained if we are able to integrate all the aspect into integrated idea that will be in the middle position, in the middle points called wasotia in the complex system. So that we expect from this conference, dear participant, presenters, and committee members, we can extend this discussion into more concrete activities. For example, in the case of research, publication, teaching, and also society empowering program, perhaps, so that this kind of idea become reality. And the second one, I would like to express my thanks again to all presenters, yeah, who have submitted the papers to us. And even though we know that these papers will be still under review and the process of review, yeah, but at least you have already expressed your idea, contributed to the idea of sustainability in the current world. And the third one, also on behalf of the committee members, I would like to ask your apologize, yeah, if there are some weaknesses since the beginning until the end that you feel inconvenience due to this because of this conference. But overall, hopefully all of you here are satisfied and also would be able to join us again in the next Iconet, perhaps next year or next 2 years. Yeah. And please also send a warm regards to your friends, your colleagues, your top management in your respective faculties and universities that actually UMY, particularly Master of Economics programs, are eager to extend the international or national collaboration with you. And even our Master Economic program right now are very progressive, yeah, in offering the program for long-term programs, yeah, short-term program, exchange programs, conference, yeah, joint research, publications, yeah, all the things that that as long as it will be contributing to our institutional growth. So we open for the collaborative and also international discussion. And last but not least, for those who are being the best participant or best presenters, maybe after this will be informed. Congratulate for you, yeah, and hopefully this is not the end of your journey, yeah, and hopefully will be the early of your motivation to be much more better in the future. So for that, thank you again, Miss Yuli, Dr. Yuli. Thank you for your uh, willingness to be part of the moderators today. Very wonderful. And also, brothers and sisters in the committee members, thank you for day and nights, yeah, struggling for this conference, even though online, but the spirit is is very good, yeah. And not forgotten also all the presenters here, yeah. So good luck for you. Keep the spirit up and see you again on the next conference. I close. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for inspiring closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with awarding session to recognize our outstanding contribution in this conference. So, we move on to the Best Presenter Award in this conference. Best Super One goes to Ramesh Kumar, Raj Kumar, Rohit Kumar Verma, and Pawar. Institution, Lovely Professional University, Pangwara, Kaputala, Punjab, India. And the title of paper is Role of Sustainable Entrepreneurship in Promoting Inclusive and Resilient Economic Development in the Era of Globalization. Best paper 2 goes to congratulations to Arina Fitrianesi, Agustri Basuki, and Dia Setiawati Dewanti from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta with the title Access to Internet, Electricity, and Education, Implication for MSME Productivity in Indonesia, a Dynamic Panel GMM Model Analysis. Next, we'll continue with the Best Presenter Award. First place goes to Titin Dwi Arianti from Universitas 11 Maret. Second place goes to Zuhairan Yunmi Yunan from Universitas Islam Negeri Syarif Hidayatullah. And the third place goes to Istiqomah from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. So congratulations to all award recipients. May your achievements continue to inspire others. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the third International Conference on Economic and Development Sustainability, Iconeds 2026. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to all keynote speakers and moderators, university leaders, and academic community of Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, all presenters, participants, and committee members. Thank you for your active participation and valuable contribution. I am Velia Selvira, your Master of Ceremony sign off for today's conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.